Hello, good Sunday morning for people who are watching on Sunday morning, which is probably nobody. But hey, this is part of the Gauntlet Codex Kickstarter. There was a stretch goal listed with the Gauntlet Codex Kickstarter, which is concluded, and it was very successful. Congrats to the Codex team for that. And I was a stretch goal level. I'm very excited to offer up to run Lady Blackbird, one of my very favorite games, a game that I have run quite a bit over the years. Lady Blackbird, if you don't know what that is, the best place to go is ladyblackbird.org, which is Jesse Ross's website. Now, the original version of the game is John Harper's game. John Harper of Blades in the Dark, and a number of other games. And I know he's working on Aegon 2, which is going to be pretty splendid for folks that like kind of a PvP Greek myth style game. But 1.7 Design is John Harper's website. We can get the original Lady Blackbird, but Jesse Ross, as a fan project, has also slightly revised and updated the PDF. Both places have it free to download, so feel free to jump in and grab that. This game was nominated for Best Free Product in the Ennies a long time ago. I don't want to look, it's so long ago, it makes me feel old. So Lady Blackbird is a steampunk romance game using a custom system that a lot of people have kind of hacked together to run other things. It's a combination of a couple of, there are probably a lot of other ideas, but generally the germination came from The Shadow of Yesterday and another game called The Pool. And those two games had a baby in John Harper's mind. And my understanding is that he wrote this for his home group, and then he's just so brilliant that the art and the design and everything, he just kind of did that. And then he said, sure, I'll put it up free for other people to play. And man, have I had a lot of fun with this game, and I'm super excited to run it for these guys. First of all, I just want to recognize Greg Gelder as the guy who was the big backer to make this happen. Thank you so much, Greg. And as mentioned before we went live, that it's super excited that the play group that we have here, we all played 1%er Swoop Gang, which is this crazy little hack that I put together from 1%er and ran that as part of Star Wars Saturday. So we've all played together. This is getting the band back together, as Greg said earlier. And I'm very excited to have these guys playing with me. So what I wanted to do is have you guys each just do a brief introduction, anything you want to say about yourself or where we can find you on the internet, if you got any stuff that you want to pimp real quickly. And then once we have everybody introduce as people, then we'll do a very brief, like, which character are you playing? And then you can just read the top little subtitle line or whatever, so we know what is in store. And then I'm going to kick us forward by reading box text, because damn it, this game has it, and I love it with all my pudgy heart. So we are going to start off with Greg. Please, Greg, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Greg Gelder. I have poor impulse control, which has led to this moment. And I'm pretty much everywhere on the internet as Group Soliloquy. There might actually be content associated with that someday, but probably nothing right now. And yeah, I'm super excited to be putting this all back together. I want to put it out there, the strange notion that like in what I paid for this game. Yeah, I just want to see everyone playing together and having a great time, and I'll pass it on to the next person.
Thank you, Greg. That's right. If Snargle fails rolls, he's still going to get host. I'm just going to say that. It's in the rules. Joshua, please introduce yourself, sir.
Hey everyone, I am Joshua Gilbreth. You can find me in most places as JK Gilbreth. I've got an itch.io page that has one game on it that I made for the Sad Mech Jam. So you can check that out if you want. I am playing Naomi Bishop, who is a former pit fighter and bodyguard to the titular Lady Blackbird. I believe former pit fighter also means that I was a slave at one point. Is that correct? So
that's correct.
That'll be fun to punch some Imperial people, I think.
I think you might have a key related to exactly that thing.
Exactly.
Cool. Thank you so much, Joshua. Blaze, please introduce yourself, my friend.
Hi, my name is Blazebert. You can find me all over the internet. You can find me at Blazebert on Twitter. I'm quite active, a bit less list over there. Although I do design some games, it's mostly for organizational change and that purpose. And the things that I design for myself, I don't really publish. So sorry. And today I'm playing Cyrus Vance, who's an ex-Imperial soldier turned smuggler of fortune and captain of the Owl, who may have a romantic relationship. Well, we'll see. Secret relationship with someone else on the crew.
We'll see indeed. Thank you so much, Blaze. And last but not least, Ibers, please introduce yourself, my friend.
Hello, my name is Aybars, and I'm living in Istanbul, Turkey. You cannot find me online because I don't have a presence online. So I'm a really secretive guy. Other than that, I'm playing Kale Arkham, which is the first mate and mechanic of the Owl. Without further ado, let's move on to the game now.
All right, and then Greg, you are playing Snargle. Tell us a brief bit about Snargle.
Yes, I will be playing Snargle. Snargle is a goblin sky sailor and pilot of the Owl, and is not Snarf from the Thundercats. We're not.
He is so not, and we're not going to say we're going to X-card that just to hold Greg to the line. But if anyone hears any snarfing, you can put in chat. You can put in chat that Snarfle has shown up, just to hold his feet to the fire. Let me begin with some box text, maybe my favorite box text that isn't the opening crawl for the original trilogy of Star Wars movies. Lady Blackbird is on the run from an arranged marriage to Count Carlo. She hired a smuggler skyship, the Owl, to take her from her palace on the Imperial world of Elysium to the far reaches of the Remnants, so she could be with her once secret lover, the Pirate King Uriah Flint. However, just before reaching the halfway point of Haven, the Owl was pursued and captured by the Imperial cruiser Hand of Sorrow, under charges of flying a false flag. Even now, Lady Blackbird, her bodyguard, and the crew of the Owl are detained in the brig, while the commander of the cruiser, Captain Hollis, runs the smuggler ship's registry over the wireless. It's only a matter of time before they discover the outstanding warrants and learn that the Owl is owned by none other than the infamous outcast Cyrus Vance. How will Lady Blackbird and the others escape the Hand of Sorrow? What dangers lie in their path? Will they be able to find the secret lair of the Pirate King? If they do, will Uriah Flint accept Lady Blackbird as his bride? By the time they get there, will she want him to? So we are playing on Roll20, my friends. And if you take a look at the area that I have shared, and I will quickly show you some cool pictures if you're not looking on the Roll20. And so where you guys have been thrown is in the brig. And as you can see, the Imperial mandates of keeping things spick and span clean are not as closely followed when it comes to the brig itself. All 5 of you, including Lady Blackbird, who is, sir, not appearing in this film and will be played by me, you're all located in this area. And then just on the outside of the brig, because this is a steampunk game, is a giant cog-shaped door, which totally looks dope and awesome here, and it is closed. On the other side of this door are a number of Imperials who are who have stripped you guys down of your belongings, placed those into lockers here, and are sitting tight while all of you realize that the clock is ticking. And so we begin with a picture of Naomi Bishop. So Naomi, if I remember correctly, as an ex-slave, you made it to Lady Blackbird perhaps shared that you would never be taken alive again by those damned Imperials, something along those lines. How is it that you find yourself here in the Imperial brig?
I think that Lady Blackbird made me vow that I would not waste my life throwing it against an unending horde of Imperials and live to fight another day when there's better odds.
Nice. So she made an appeal to your strategic nature more than your better nature. like it. All right, cool. And then Captain Vance, who was responsible for flying those false flags? Was that you, or did you farm that out to kill Arkham? Oh, sorry, I think we may have lost Blaze. Blaze having a little bit of tech issues, so I maybe should redirect that question. Kale, Kale Arkham, who was responsible for flying those false flags? Was it you, or did the captain purchase those on the down low from someplace seedy?
He ordered me to get those flags in a back alley merchant without asking. But purchased it, and immediately I sensed that it was a bad mistake, like a big bad mistake, like a giant freight train coming towards you, kind of mistake.
Nice. Now, as during my amazing box text, which I didn't write but love with all my heart, you guys are just about to the halfway point of Haven. And I'll reiterate when Blaze is able to rejoin us and hopefully work through the tech issues, which means that if you take a look at the PDF, the Wild Blue can be crossed in the space of about 6 weeks. So you guys have been on the Owl together for a number of weeks, and I should always like to highlight that as a thing to keep in your mind. During that time, you've had 2 passengers who you picked up in Elysium. And that would be Naomi Bishop and Natasha Siri. So, Snargle, what have you heard about the Imperial celebration around the marriage of Count Carlo to Lady Blackbird?
It is the social occasion of the millennium. They are pulling out all the stops, and there's the whole palace has actually been redecorated for the occasion. There's thousands of man hours have been put into the occasion.
Nice.
Thousands of goblins have been working around the clock.
Oh, really? So the goblins work for the Imperials?
I don't think they always do so willfully.
Okay. Thousands of goblins. What do goblins look like, Snargle?
Goblins are mostly just shorter humans, with perhaps a little bit more accentuated facial features. And we all have sort of hair that's oily, but it's just that way. And it's really thick and a little wiry.
Okay. And you say you're just a little shorter than humans. Same. You said like humans, so pink skin color? Is that what we're saying for goblins?
It varies a little bit, as it does with humans.
And Snargle, pink skin, green skin. Just so I mean, not that anyone would make any skin color jokes.
Right. No, just slightly, on the orangish side of things.
Oh my. Okay. Good to know. So there the 5 of you are in a brig that really should be apportioned to 2 people. So there are 2 bunks and 1 Imperial regulation toilet right in the middle. And because this is a steampunk themed game, there are many pipes that run overhead. You saw the brigs, you see that this kind of a lattice work style of bars there. Captain Vance, what are you doing? I'm not picking up an audio on you, Blaze. Blaze just recently moved, and this is the first test of his thing. He worked hard to get everything set up to play in this particular game, which means, of course, something needs to go wrong. It's gone wrong early, which is great, and once he fixes it, we'll be a-okay. I'll give you just a minute. Instead, I will try to put on my Lady Blackbird voice because she is an NPC. As Lady Blackbird is, there's a moment where she looks at the pair of bunks, and they're like a metal pipe with some springs, and then a really thin mattress on that, and then chains that kind of keep it from, so you can push it up and drop it down. She looks at the 2 of those bunks and glances over at you, Naomi, and says, I'm sorry that I ever complained about the quarters we were providing the owl.
Yeah, this is a lot worse. To be clear, and I think Naomi looks at some of the others, just so we're on the same page here. Natasha is going to get one of these beds. Although if things go as planned, hopefully we won't have to stay in here long enough to take a nap.
What do you mean if all things go according to plan? What plan?
Oh, I didn't say we had a plan. I just said I don't want to be in here. I don't know if anyone has ever been on one of these ships before. I haven't been on one long enough to know the layout, but I'm kind of wondering what's on the other side of this wall behind me.
I think Snargle is already in the corner, sort of prodding at the bulkheads, going, you want to take a nap?
And Natasha says, well, no, I'm sorry, no, not at all. Is there a way that we could perhaps get out of here?
Did you want to stay?
No, I did. We paid for passage, and this was not on the agenda.
Yeah. Because you were not in our agenda. I'm sorry, I'm getting too ahead of myself. Maybe Captain can speak before me. I don't want to be rude. Sorry. But the reason why we are detained here is probably because of you. Oh, by the way, out of game, do we know that this character has two identities or not?
That is a great question, because if you take a look at Cale Arkham, you have a key called Key of the Mission. And in that mission, if you read the write-up for Key of the Mission, it says it basically says, right? If we take a look at that key. Now, what keys do is it's a really neat, specific to each individual character way to get experience points in this game. So Key of the Mission, you must safely deliver Lady Blackbird to the Pirate King Uriah Flint so she can marry him, which means that you know that Natasha Siri has been lying about who she is all this time. This whole time. Up to this moment, you have not told Snargle and Captain Vance. You can tell me or them later why that is, but that is what is true. So you know this is Lady Blackbird, and so when you kind of lay down the hint, I don't think that Natasha knows so she will seem slightly uncomfortable when you effectively say this is kind of your fault, and she will say, I thought that they said that the charge was for flying a false flag, and I had nothing to do with that. I'm sorry if I caused any inconvenience, but I tell you that I am just a humble daughter of a merchant who needs passage without any Imperial entanglements, and unfortunately this seems to be quite an entanglement. Snargle, dear, is there anything that you could do?
So Snargle is looking at all of these pipes and trying to figure out which one might operate the pneumatics that do this door thing, so we can bleed it off and open the door.
Nice. All right. So that sounds like we are going to make a roll here. So to escape the brig, if you are trying to pick the lock, that is a difficulty of sorry.
Well, I'm trying to get around even needing the lock to be there so that we can just slide the door to the side.
Okay, cool. So trying to obviate the lock, we will call that a difficulty of 3. And so in this game, to create a pool of dice, you have a couple of different resources. And I'll quickly walk you through building a die pool here, because once you see it, you'll be like, oh yeah, that makes sense to me. So Snargle, you will, and I'll screen share just so we're all learning it together. So Snargle, you have a number of traits: pilot, sky sailor, goblin, and sly. What you would do is start to build your pool by determining which of these traits you feel best applies. And then once you get 1 die for trying, then you get 1 die for whichever trait that you choose. And then for all of the non-bracketed tags underneath, every tag that you can narratively tell me you're working into this, then that will add more dice. Then there are 2, this is crazy, but trust me, you'll love it. There are 2 other ways to get more dice. The first one is this pool. It's a 1-for-1. So for every pool that you spend, that will give you another 6-sided die. And then the other way is if someone wants to help you, they can spend one of their pool to help you out, and that will give you another die. And the last thing I'll say is that the pool dice that are used are actually wagered, meaning that if you fail at the roll, your pool dice will come back to you, and you get to add another die to your pool. So it is advantageous to always throw in a little bit of pool and risk that out there. So what trait do you think best applies for what you're trying to accomplish right now?
I'm thinking sky sailor.
Okay.
Certainly maintenance, because this is like unmaintaining something.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know. That's about all I've got, but I think I could definitely try and rope in Kale, because Kale is also a mechanic.
All right. So would Kale wish to help your fellow crewmate here? So right now you've got 1 for trying, 1 for sky sailor, and 1 for maintenance. A total of 3 dice. Your difficulty is 3, and you need evens on your 6-sided dice.
Of course, I can land, I guess, two dice. Yeah, two dice, man.
Okay, so then that'll take you up to 5 dice right now.
Cool, and I will add 2 of my own pool for that. So, and that brings me
I'm
to...
sorry.
Oh.
So on helping you, it's a die. You can give a
die.
die
Okay.
from another character. I apologize.
I'll still wager 2, so that brings me to 6.
Yes, that will get you to 6.
What? How do I?
I believe all you need to do is click on roll and then type in 6 and submit. See the roll right to the right of it's not coming through.
Character sheet. I'm just going to reload my character sheet.
Okay.
There we go. Okay, 6. Here we go. Whoop. 5 successes. Nope. Scrolling down. 3 successes. I was playing with it earlier.
3 successes. 3 successes. Very well. 3 successes is all that you need. So you work around that pneumatic lock, and what happens? Does it pop free, or is it a thing where you can at any moment pop it free? What do we see here?
So yeah, Snargle is messing with the pipes around the door, and Ibars, feel free to jump in with what Kale is doing, but sort of like loosening, finding like the bleed valve, which should have been on the other side of the door, but opens it up, and like this hot, like pneumatic fluid shoots out to the side, and the lock starts kind of jiggling in its spot so that the whole door can be opened.
Cool. So once that is done, do you give a heads up to everyone that you take care of that little problem?
I think, yeah. I think Snargle like pulls the lock out of the door and just kind of rolls it towards Cyrus Vance. Well, are we going?
Yes, but we have to do it really quietly.
Nice.
I'd say we have a few moments before they realize that the pneumatics in this whole level are going to go down.
We better make sure to find a control panel so we can actually communicate the malfunction.
All right. So, Naomi, the door is to the kind of central area. If you remember from the pictures that I showed, there's still that giant cog door that lies between you and everybody's stuff, and passage out of here. What do you do, Naomi, now that you can step into the hallway? Natasha moves behind you, kind of gathers her skirts in case she needs to run.
Yeah, I think I'll kind of clap Snargle on the back. Say, well done. I'm glad that we got what we paid for on this crew. And I'll peek out into the hallway. Are there any other prisoners in the brig?
Well, that is interesting that you ask. Why, as you peek out into the hallway, you happen to see that there is one individual who is lying in a bunk across from your way. He is awake and alert and has been watching this proceeding. He looks like he is not an Imperial, based off of the several days worth of growth of beard that he has, but he hasn't talked to you guys. But now that you've opened that door, he sits up and seems to take notice of that. And he says, any chance that you break out another person?
Any chance you can help us if we need to fight our way out of here?
Of course. Of course. That's what I'm in here for. To start a fight when they pulled over our rig.
Are you the only one left?
I'm the only one they arrested. My captain let me in to dry.
It's not a good captain, is it? I think Naomi will take assuming the pneumatics are broken on this one too, and just slide the door open.
That sounds awesome. And he's like, oh, I didn't expect all of them would be broke because I could have walked out myself. And he will offer you a hand, and that's where you see that his pinky has been chopped off. And he says, Logan Bell. Logan Bell. Nice to meet you.
I'm Naomi. Nice to meet you as well. So we saw this door coming in, and it's pretty reinforced, right?
Mm-hmm. It would take someone who could hit something with the force of a sledgehammer to break it down.
So I think this is, I think for dramatic effect, Naomi's going to look at it for a second and maybe take one of these doors and pull it off and use the door as like a battering ram to try to get this vault open.
That sounds awesome. So if you want to smash the door, you can just say, I do that. That is...
Snargle is covering his ears.
Actually, I raise my hand. And say, you want to aim for the hinges, especially the lower ones. They were manufactured by a planet that has really shoddy regulations, so the standards are maybe a little bit more iffy.
And you would know about shoddy regulations, wouldn't you?
I've made a living off of it.
Good
Nice.
advice.
So, Secret of Destruction allows you to break things with your bare hands if you were swinging a sledgehammer. There's no roll, but it will be incredibly loud. If you wish to make a roll to open this door quietly, you will need 5 successes on a roll. So, what do you choose?
I don't think Naomi is really that worried about the noise. So unless someone stops me, I'm just going to go at the door with the other door that I have in my hands.
I think some door-on-door action sounds brilliant to me. So you charge forward with the door in hand, slam into the cog door, aiming for the hinges as Captain Vance has instructed. It folds in from the force that you've applied and then slams forward and then on the other side of the door in that room is that table that you guys were led past before. There are 6 Imperial guardsmen who are all playing cards, and there's a bunch of money. There's a boot up on top. There's also Kale, a very, very nice looking opal, all in the middle. They were right in the middle of the hand. And one guy with like the shock of blonde hair, he was reaching forward to pull all of the buddy forward. Like he just won his hand. He was pulling it forward. They all stop when the door slams and does that wobble thing because you've warped it a little bit. Captain Vance, what do you do?
Before even saying anything, I basically run and slide to try to kick the table to like blow up in their faces, just to create enough of a diversion that my people can get in there.
Oh, that sounds awesome. I think that happens, right? A die roll on kicking a table doesn't sound interesting to me. That is way too cool. So chips are flying everywhere. That opal kind of catches a little bit of the dingy light in here. It's maybe a few naked swinging bulbs up high. It's definitely out of standard, but it's the prison, so they don't inspect it anymore. And all of the Imperials, they're all trying to stand up. One guy, he gets trapped, the guy without a boot, he gets trapped on his chair trying to get out. He flops down to the ground. And one guy, Kale, one guy who is running over to hit a big red button. Probably don't want him to do that, Kale. I mean, I don't know if you know Imperial ships, but big red buttons are often things that cause loud noises to happen. So, Kale, what do you do?
Can I blind every guard with a darkness spell?
Why, I think you can try. That sounds like a really interesting thing to do. Cool. So if you want to cast that spell, Kale's magic is kind of, well, I mean, weird may not be. It's good. We're impressed with your magic, but it works differently than it does for Lady Blackbird. So for Kale, it's petty magic. So what you're going to do is you get 1 die for trying, and then 1 die for petty magic, and then you've got dark spell. So those are 3 dice that you start off with. I'm going to say that the difficulty of pulling this off, of carpeting this entire place in blackness, is going to take. Sorry?
Sorry, I don't want to cast a huge darkness over the entire room. I just want to cast a darkness in front of their eyes, especially, so that we can see, but they cannot see.
I think that's a tall order, my friend, and I'm going to have to say that the difficulty for that, and if you take a look at the different difficulties that are set up, and actually they're challenge levels, you know, they're called difficulty levels. I'm going to say it's going to be very challenging to pull that off. So you will need 4 successes. Now, like we walked through, 1 for trying, 1 for petty magic, 1 for dark spell. You use 1 spell tag at a time. You need 4 successes, and you've got 3 dice right now. Okay. What do you want to add in?
I'm gonna add I'm gonna add 2 dice from my own dark dice pool.
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again?
I'm gonna use 2 dice from my dark dice pool.
Okay, that sounds good. That gets you up to 5 dice.
Can I give a dice?
You sure can. What does it look like? Just the fact that you've disoriented these guys, so Kale has a moment, or is there something else you think you did?
So yeah, I actually turned around and said, Kale, remember that time in the desert bar?
Yeah. What bar? Which bar?
Right. Okay, so that gets you up to
sigh quietly.
That gets you to 6 dice.
Okay. So
does anyone else want to help out, or shall we have that?
Snargle has run into the room right behind Cyrus and is going to bite the ankle of the one who's running for the button. Just using that, maybe just going for the legs to try and like hold them there so that the magic's a little bit easier to cast.
Nice, I like it. So that gets you up to 7 dice.
Can we all help? Because
you sure can. If you tell me how you are helping and you want to spend that pool die and risk it, that sounds great to me.
I think when Naomi knocked the door open, most of the door she was holding, the prison door, broke off, but she still got like a piece of it in her hand, and she's just gonna chunk it at the guy to try to like distract him, you know, so it takes longer to get to the kind of like what Snargle's doing.
Okay, that gets you to 8 total dice.
Well, I just have to write rolling 8d6 on the roll 20. Right?
Yes, although you can also, or at least I think Greg, you have some problems with it, but there's a roll button on the thing, but you can put /R space 8d6 and that will roll the dice for you too.
Oh, sure. That would be good with roll d20.
It looks like it's coming through. I see I was rolling 8d6. There's a little bit of a pause here. Oh, I thought it was 4/R. I apologize.
So
Come on, roll 20. Don't make me regret using you instead of roll for your party. Please roll 20.
6. Oh, okay.
All right. Cool.
I got 6, 6, 3, 5, and the rest of them are 2s.
That's amazing. That is more than 4 successes by a lot. So, what does it look like when you cast spells? Because I think this might be the first time Natasha's series sees this.
Okay. Let me see. Kale reaches out forwards and tries to literally point at every guard in the room with his own fingers. And as he breathes out, his breath actually comes down as a black ink from his nose, and that black ink disappears into the air and goes directly into the eyes of these guards, and their eyes become black.
Oh my god, that's awesome! So we see all of the guards trying to scatter and move around. One of them gets hit with a door. One of them is now limping and pulling Snargle along and getting bit in the ankle. The guy who was bootless flipped over, and then he looks up and we see his eyes covered by this coal black inkiness, and they are freaked right the hell out. You guys can pretty easily dispatch these guys. One guy's going to end up backing to the corner. He's got his fists up all like he knows how to street brawl or something, but the other guys are in a lot of trouble. Naomi, this is easy pickings. I mean, I know you've got this key over here that talks about killing Imperials.
Oh yeah, I think the guy who looks like he wants to fight, I'm just gonna bull rush him and clothesline through his guard and just drop him to the ground and start punching him, or try to at least.
Sweet. Yeah, that's no problem. You do that. You clothesline this guy, slam him back into the bulkhead. He falls to the ground. You start punching him. Snargle, you see this. Naomi is just punching. You see a little bit of blood splatter come up and slap against the wall, and she's going for it. The guy is his hands are up and he's wailing, and then he's not struggling anymore, and she's still throwing a couple more punches. What do you do?
I think Snargle runs up. Naomi, there's no time. Not now. Another day.
I think she's screaming gutturally at this point. While she's doing it. Are you interacting with Naomi, Snargle? Trying to pull me off or anything?
Yeah, I'm trying to get my hands in and push you off, because there's just no time right now. We have to, these guys aren't going to be any problem. We need to get to the owl.
I think she just keeps at it. Unless,
do you want to do the PvP? I was looking at the PvP move, and I love it in this game.
Yeah, I think unless Lady Blackbird says something, she's going to keep going. She doesn't know Snargle well enough yet.
I'm really interested in this PvP, so I think Natasha Siri is busy going over to the locker and letting Naomi do her thing. So let's talk about that real quickly. So PvP, let us do that. And I apologize, it's been a little bit. Oh, sorry, something weird happened. One PDF popped out. I didn't know I could even do that with my PDF reader. That was the first time I ever did that. It was accidental. Cool. So what PvP rules are we talking about? I just want to make sure that I'm on the same page with you.
I think it was that you set a difficulty and we both roll against it.
Yep. Okay.
And if we both fail, circumstances intervene, which is amazing.
Yes, I like that too. So I think we're going to set a nice low difficulty because it's not like this guard is fighting back and there aren't a whole lot of external forces going on. So I will set a difficulty of 2. Pretty easy to either force Naomi to extricate herself or for you. So if both of you guys pull it off, then that is going to be interesting. But if only one of you do, then here we go.
So at least for my end, I'm thinking sly, and possibly languages. Is there like a special language that the pit fighters use that perhaps Snargle knows? There's like I start talking to you in pit fighter language.
I think there has to be.
Yeah, there's like a shorthand for the fight is over.
Or maybe there's a language for the slaves, and since goblins are often enslaved by the Empire too, I don't know. Either way, sounds great.
Yeah. So I
Could
think
be hand gestures. Could be hand gestures.
Yeah,
it's like when you're tapping out, or when you're it's the dance, it's the dying or what.
Love it.
Yeah,
love it.
And I think for flavor, I'm gonna roll with ex-slave instead of pit fighter. And so ex-slave, and then maybe just tough.
Yeah.
So 3 dice total.
Sounds good to me.
Ooh, right. Snargle's not successful.
Ouch. And looks like that Naomi is. So based on those pieces in the revised rules, thank you, Greg. I had both copies up and I got myself a little mixed up. So in the revised rules, that means that you say what happens, Naomi. You dispatch this guard and ignore Snargle pleading, please mark an XP because you fulfilled your key of vengeance. You haven't bought it off. You just hit that. So you kind of tap that bar and go ahead and mark the experience points. But Snargle, you made a valiant effort to achieve the desires of your keys. You get an XP as well. You could easily have not stood up to Naomi. So even though you weren't successful, you get an XP, but still probably feel bad. So Natasha has gone over to the lockers and is very quickly, like, she pulls out this kind of leather newsy bag that looks way nicer than her dress. And Vance, you see that in that bag, which she's carried with her all along, and she was actually a little huffy about when they took it away from her. You see kind of underneath the flap, there are a number of letters in there. And she takes that and she slides it over her neck. And you're able to retrieve your twin guns because they look totally awesome. What else do we see you pulling out of the locker where they had dropped your gear, Captain Vance?
I pull out my trusty like a rapier, like a plasma rapier or something like that. I don't know. It's a fencing sword, but it's made out of it's a small pipe that projects a steam plasma of some sort. It's like something really weird.
I love it. Favorite rapier ever.
And it's got a long coil that plugs into something in my suit.
That's cool. You got a little battery pack on your
belt. Exactly.
Nice. I love it. You gotta spin the little thing. Oh, it's awesome. I love it. That is really, really cool. Kale, a lot of mess going on. Looks like you guys have dispatched the prison guards who are here in this room. What are you doing, Kale?
I'm doing 2 things. First, I reach for that gem.
The gem. When it dropped, there was this grating, and it's fallen down into a ductwork.
Can I just try to reach with my bare hands, or should I have to use some kind of device?
You need some kind of device. I don't know if you have any tools, Kale Arkham. They took them away from you, and I know that you don't hide anything. So you probably don't have any tools to be able to pull up that that vent.
Can I cast another spell?
Yes, you can if you wish.
I don't know if we can use that. I mean, the following spell in this context, but I have a jump spell. Can I make that gem jump out of that drain?
Oh, that's amazing. I think you can, but I think that it's not incredibly easy. I would like to see that difficult. So you need 3 successes to make the opal jump into your hand.
Okay. So let me see. I have 1 dice just by trying. Head magic 2, jump spell 3. Then I just use 1 dice of my own, so it's 4 dice.
Okay. Just you're looking for evens, which are about a 50-50 shot. Your chances are not that strong. And just to be clear, you can spend on yourself multiple pool dice, but you can only give out 1 when you're helping someone else.
Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, I don't want to spend that much dice.
Okay. Okay.
That's 4 dice.
And then the one thing about pool dice is that they can be refreshed. Once they go away, they don't stay away. All you need to do to refresh your pool dice up to full is you can refresh it by having a refreshment scene with another character. So at any point you can have a scene where you get to know each other. And you might remember that we kind of sort of stole that for 1%ers Swoop Gang. So if you have a scene where you get to know a little bit about one of the other characters, that will refresh both PCs pools up to 7. So don't feel like that's a thing that you have to be very stingy about. You can spend more if you wish.
Okay.
And I apologize. I have a 7-month-old dog who thinks that something terrible is happening outside. So I'm going to mute myself.
Okay. I roll. It's 3, 2, 6, 6.
Okay. 3, 2, 6, 6 is 3 evens, which means you succeed. That little opal just poof, and right into your hand. That thing looks really nice. And you have successfully hit your key of greed by putting everything else aside to snag that gorgeous opal.
Then I do the following thing. I mean, I'm sure pretty much everyone right now gathers their equipment, right?
Yep. Logan Bell made sure that he kind of KO'd all of the other Imperial prison guards to help you guys out. And he is trying to gather some stuff, but Kale, looks like maybe not all of it's his. But it's not yours. So.
What is he pocketing? What is Logan Bell pocketing?
Oh, well, first Logan goes for this really dope looking blunderbuss.
Okay.
Yeah.
I suggest that we should right now use a little bit of an intricate tactic, which is called changing clothing. Can we just disguise ourselves as the guards, because probably they're gonna investigate the noise as we just crack down this huge metal door. Like, I don't know. If you're gonna go and kill everyone on the ship, please go ahead. But I mean, it's a heart, it's a heart that speaks, man.
That is a really cool idea. Let me ask you, Captain Vance, because I don't know if anybody else knows, but you and I know that you've got a little experience with the Imperials. Do ladies, are they allowed to serve in the Imperial Navy?
Oh, of course. Oh my God, yes.
Okay,
it's super important, because, or else the Empire wouldn't survive if they only had men. I mean, it's strength and legions, right?
It's very egalitarian. I love this Empire. Thank you for letting me know that. What about goblins or other non-humans?
Well, sadly, those rights have not been extended to other non-human entities.
Okay. So then, Kale, you lay out this plan. Everybody dressing up in the prison guard uniforms. I imagine Logan, Naomi, maybe you're dragging the guards, throwing them into one of the cells, and then I think everyone looks at Snargle, who is not human.
I don't think Naomi's going to put on a uniform either, honestly.
Ooh, nice.
So
Logan will put one on, but like it's like double breasted, and he only gets like the far one, and it's the thing where you see the shirt underneath in little triangles. But, yeah.
I think Snargle finds some handcuffs or something. We're gonna do very much Star Wars Chewbacca this, and just be like, just don't put them on that tight, Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking as well for Naomi. So
So I don't want to admit it. Not like I'm trying very hard to not admit it, but I make dressing up as an Imperial soldier look really good. Like it's really natural.
So Natasha will take her newsy bag and put it over your neck, Naomi, and she seems really super interested in getting dressed up in Imperial prison garb. And there's a moment where she's like asking your opinion, Vance. Do you like the pinstripe? Does this look right? Is this lined up correctly?
I'm secretly blushing. I'm trying to not show my face as I'm like making sure that her collar is put on the right way, facing to the left, and showing the right pattern for an officer of her grade. But I'm secretly very much blushing and trying not to make it very aware. I'm scoffing a lot. Yeah.
And then she says, "Cyrus, you cut a very striking figure in that uniform."
And then there's like a shiver and thank you, lady. I really think we should get on our way.
Yes, of course. Kale, this is a brilliant plan. I look forward to following your lead, as I've only ever seen soldiers marching, and I never paid a great deal of attention, but I'm rather sure that I can pull it off. And if you guys want to sneak through the ship as Imperials with 2 prisoners and one guy who is barely looking like he's in uniform, then you need to figure out who your kind of leader is to do that. And the difficulty for that would be 4. And of course, you guys are working together. What we'll do is we'll do 1 roll. And then for everyone that's helping, we'll just have a little vignette as things are going along until you guys are able to reach the hangars. Does that sound cool? All right. So who would like to lead the party on this not at all like Scooby-Doo mission to get through the bowels of the Hand of Sorrow to the hangar where the owl lay? By the way, the owl begins play with a condition called needs fuel. So if you guys take off, you're not going to get terribly far.
I think our Captain Cyrus Vance looks awfully striking in that uniform.
Yes.
I look to the group and I'm like, I've been on a ship like this before. What's actually all Imperial ships are the same, no matter how big they are or how small they are. The pattern is always going to be the same. You have long corridors, a couple elevators that go up and down to other long corridors. It's made on the long. Nothing is really high. And then like it's always straight corridors with maybe a couple rights left, but it's pretty much the same. I'm pretty sure we can handle this. It's just like anything else. But we're gonna need to get some fuel. Does anybody know? Like I think I have an idea where we could get some fuel, but yeah. But I've never been here.
Never been here.
Never been here.
Curious, Vance, just before, because there was a question, where the fuel is, but Vance, when were you last on the Hand of Sorrow?
Right, I was on the Hand of Sorrow. I forgot about that. So the last time, it's when I was actually, what's the word I'm looking for? Discharged or arrested for unbecoming of an officer or something like that.
Oh, yeah, conduct, but I remember, right, because Captain Hollis was there to personally see you, your bars stripped, and
Yep.
Good times, good memories.
Oh, totally, yeah. I remember this brig so well. Like it's really cool.
we skimmed back to the one where Logan was, and there's a thing that says Cyrus was here, like scratched in somehow. Anyway, back to you guys, or maybe CV. I don't know. So you guys are going to be sneaking across. I've just jumped you to a new page, mostly because I found a cool picture that I love for Hand of Sorrow, and then a size comparison of the teeny tiny owl. The question was asked by Captain Vance. Do you guys know where they keep fuel?
I would think Kale would know.
Yeah, Kale being a mechanic and petty sorcerer might know where it's being kept. Where's the fuel kept? Do you know that, or do you think?
It's kept in the fuel depot for sure, but we can steal from the ship itself, from the Hand of Sorrow itself, because we're in a hangar bay.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the punishment teams are. We're working vigorously on repairing ship, etc. But therefore, while we enter our ship, me and probably another companion of ours can sneak some barrels or just drain tubes, fuel lines to the ship, and we can continue our journey without getting too much suspicion. Also,
Mhm.
fact gonna slip away from the Hand of Sorrow. I mean, it's not gonna mean that it's gonna trace us back. So we have to cut off either the engines or some other stuff.
Ah, good. So you lay out that there should be barrels there at the hangar that you guys can steal,
Yeah.
and recommend that some kind of sabotage might be a good idea. Okay. Those are both good recommendations.
One last thing that we probably should forget is they probably have a defense system of some sort on this ship. I mean, it is one of the biggest shit on the Empire. It maybe would be good to find out what it is and see if we need to disable it.
Not a bad idea. So the ship's defense, of course, they do have their own biplanes that kind of fly around the ship. They're not fueled for long-term flight, but that would be one of the methods of defense here. And then they probably have a couple of large bore guns that are on the ship itself that are built mostly to take on other Imperial class warships, or say, the fleet of the Pirate King, Uriah Flint, that kind of stuff. But those guns, if they hit you, not good, but they also don't fire as quickly as, say, the machine guns of the biplanes that would definitely be on your keel, as the phrase may be. Do you want to peel off a couple of individuals to try to take care of the guns?
Yeah. If what's sorry, I forgot Aaron's. What's I'm sorry, I forgot all the names. I just want to go.
Quite all right, no worries.
So Kale, do you want to lead a group that goes to get the fuel while I lead whoever's left to go and try to take out, try to sabotage or peel off some of the biplanes?
Okay, yeah, sure. No problem.
I think Snargle would go with Kale.
Pretty good idea.
Snargle is super anxious to get back onto the owl. It's his baby.
Okay, so Snargle and Kale are headed to the hangar. Where do you want Logan, who's got an arquebus and doesn't look like he should be in a Imperial uniform, but also has an arquebus?
Nowhere out of my sight.
Okay, so he's staying by you to try to take out the guns. What about Naomi and Natasha?
Miss Siri, I'm going to recommend that we go with Kale to get you to safety on the ship. But of course, I defer to your ideas on this.
Oh, thank you very much, Naomi. I think that is perhaps the best idea, especially since the hangar will be open to air in case any other means are needed. If that's all right with you, Captain Vance, we will proceed to the hangar.
That's all right with me.
Cool. Blaze, do you guys want to take our first break? We're like an hour and a half anyway. So we're 20 after. Let's take a nice, comfy, like 7-8 minute break, and we'll see you guys in about 8 minutes. Welcome back, guys.
I love that Hand of Sorrow. Is that from like Sky Captain, the World of Tomorrow or something?
It might be. It was from a very deep Pinterest search. I just went on and on and on. And that it was actually part of a fleet of ships. I just picked out the biggest one and then went in and photoshopped out everything else. There's a not sequel, but like there's one in the World of the Wild Blue that Jesse wrote called Jessamine Skies that he's got some art he's been working on that's super duper cool. But then he, got pulled off and doing a bunch of other things, so he hasn't brought to the finish line quite yet, but I can't wait until he's able to circle back around to it.
Yeah, Jesse Ross isn't busy designing things at all. Yeah.
I know, right? What's up with that?
You know what? I had this devilish plan to actually steal the Hand of Sorrow itself.
I will give you 2 XP for Key of Greed if you steal the Hand of Sorrow.
I would guess so.
I mean, I figure that's worth 2 XP. Give it one more minute, and then we'll jump into the trip to the hangar, which everybody's present for that anyway. So. Diet Pepsi. I do not get paid. I Diet Pepsi. Welcome back, Blaze.
Thank you.
So we pick up with Snargle, Kale, Natasha, and Naomi as they make their way towards the hangar. Guess what? You guys still need to make a roll to sneak through because, things might go wrong. So who wants to lead it? Because Vance is, eminently qualified for it. And maybe he kicks a pool die to one of you guys, but I think one of the folks that are physically doing the work needs to make this roll. Who wants to do it?
I think I can do it.
All right, Kale, let's take a look at your, what trait do you want to lead off with?
I have burglar.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. So
Yeah.
1 for trying plus burglar.
Let's see. I'm gonna say sneak.
Yeah.
It's pretty much obvious. Can I also add like another trait,
You actually cannot. There's a specific secret that you need to have to be able to use multiple traits. So once you start a trait, you just go down that's what I like about the revised version of Lady Blackbird is you can kind of go down instead of having to pick things out. But anyway, yeah, so you've got burglar, 1 for trying burglar, sneak. I think you're trying to be quiet as you guys move along through certain spots. Remember that this is an extended scene, so if you can probably work in the other aspects of this. Perceptive makes sense to me as well.
Okay, so it's burglar, quiet, sneak, and if there are any dark areas,
Sure. You guys move between spots of darkness, so that's 4 tags plus your 1 trait plus 1 more for trying. That's 6 base dice that you have for your roll. Now, as a reminder, this is not an easy obstacle. So sneaking through. Sorry, I always like to use what it actually says in the thing. Sneaking through the ship is a difficulty of 4. You've got 6 dice right now. Would Snargle or Naomi like to help?
Yeah, I think Snargle can shape shift and change. And so I think Snargle has got a little taller and changed his skin tone from orange to something a little bit more green. think that's sort of the spectrum of goblin skin tone, and is just keeping his head down really low, and helping them duck into corners and spot dark spaces.
Nice. I like it. So that will take you up to 7 dice with that pool die you got as an assist. What about Naomi?
I think there's one of those moments where there's like a captain coming around the corner. Kale calls it out, and Naomi like grabs Snargle and like does that thing where you pull yourself up on the roof and just hold there while the people walk below you. You know, one of those classic movie moments. So you've got Snargle like hanging from Naomi's belt as the officers walk below us, kind of thing.
Love it. That will take you up to 8 total dice. You need 4 evens. Kale, let's make that roll. Are you spending any pool of your own? Nope. Okay. All right. 8d6. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 evens exactly. Squeak. And it happens as you guys have described it, with Kale leading the group of you dressed as an Imperial officer, and Natasha Siri behind, occasionally shoving you guys ahead and trying to act all tough, kind of sort of pulling it off. You head past a squad, and there's a point where you have to slip past a guard station, and then there's the moment where Naomi is hand pressing herself up as Snargle is sneaking around, Snargle appearing as a forlorn goblin, and then finally the lot of you find yourselves looking down upon the hangar. You're up on a catwalk, kind of a metal catwalk with guard railing. This is not like Star Wars where they don't have guard railing. They actually have guard railing here. It's like Imperial designs, good stuff. Ladders that go down onto the deck. You see there she is, the beautiful skyship, the Owl. You also see the several panels are off, and there are 4 engineers that are combing this thing because they have found this. They found there are smuggling compartments on the ship, and they are giving it the once over. There is a control tower to your left on the same level where you are. Like, you could walk along the catwalk and go up into the control tower. And then you see suspended from this kind of long beam are a number of the biplanes that usually sit ready, fueled up, ready to go, and Imperial pilots would drop into their biplane, and it would literally, like, if everything works as supposed to, they start the engine, and the beam, there's a part that just kind of flings it out into the blue, and as long as everything fires, you don't go down into the deep blue. Now, let me make you aware, this is open to the air, so it's huge, like football field, because we're going for like the big space opera style, big, nearly football field, long open hangar bay door to the side, not beneath you, to the side, and you can see the sky as it stretches out. Now, if you've looked at the map of the wild blue, you're aware that it's open air everywhere. You travel from planet to planet, and you have breathable air outside, as long as you stay above what's called the deep blue, and beneath you, effectively like the floor to the sky, as it were, is the place that's the deep blue. Is very viscous, corrosive. The Owl itself is treated to be able to withstand that corrosion for a certain amount of time. Not at all healthy for individuals. If you fall into the blue, you will never be seen again. And there are also rumors of sky squid down there who don't have any problems with the deep blue, but it's just child's tale. It's just fine, guys. Don't worry about that. It's just a thing. It's a thing. So that's what you have before you as you guys look out from the passageway down over the catwalk and the guard railing, and you see those engineers that are combing over the Owl. And there are a few other ships here as well. So Naomi, you see that there is a really nice looking yacht from House Whitethorn that is parked here and has a number of Whitethorn House guards from it. What's your involvement with, and there are a number of royal houses, what's your involvement with the Whitethorns when you were a pit fighter?
I think that there was a rivalry between the um, Imperial sanctioned pit fighters, myself being one, and Whitethorn being the kind of like best of the best of the kind of privately owned pit fighters, if you will. And so there was always this jockeying between the pit fighters that I was a part of and the Whitethorn pit fighters. And I would say it was almost like a friendly rivalry because we were all still slaves, fighting together. So if I was to see a pit fighter that I recognize, like it would be kind of a camaraderie thing. But Whitethorn themselves, I probably hate them almost as much as I hate the Empire.
Makes sense. Yeah, that seems about right. I mean, they're pretty big into the whole pit fighting and slave trading deal. Good. So now you guys have all made it here, Snargle, and what are you doing?
Man, I'd be running right for the owl if it wasn't for all those engineers. I'll probably like tug on Kale's sleeve and gesture towards the owl, like, "Get down there! What are they doing to her?"
Do they dismantle our ship, or
What they've done, they've pulled some of the panels on the outside, just disconnected them. It's a thing where you were given just a few minutes of time, you can bolt those suckers back on. But what they're doing is they're slowly dismantling the ship, looking for secret compartments.
Okay. The engineer's rank is pretty much grunt level, right?
Right. Right.
By it, is there any chance that our captain is now wearing a uniform, maybe like a sergeant kind of thing?
Sure, it's possible, except your captain is headed off to try to take out the guns.
Yeah, okay. Do I have a chance that I can wear some uniform that is like a sergeant or no?
I think Captain Vance took the one ranking officer in the prison. It's not like a lot of high-ranking folks end up stuck in the prison, so as prison guards. So I think he's got the one kind of ranking officer. But maybe the right kind of chutzpah, you might be able to pull something off. We'll see, right?
Yeah, sure. I think me and Snuggle will descend towards our plane and act like they are. In fact, they're supposed to, mount those panels back because there was a mishap in the orders coming from the high brass. It's just going to cause a big trouble. Just put them back on that.
Okay, cool. So you're going to go down one of the ladders. Are you going by yourself? Are you bringing the crew along?
Who's with me?
Right now, it is you and Natasha, both in uniforms, and then prisoners, Naomi, and also Snargle.
Oh, good. You know what? We're gonna do the same. The following example. You know how a criminal is brought back to the scene of crime to show how things are done. It's kind of like a murder scene. So me and Natasha are bringing back those prisoners in order for them to show us how they secretly hide those components or how these things work.
Cool. So you head down, leading them. Natasha is back with you, Naomi, as you guys are walking along. Like this is this huge amount of space. You're walking for a few minutes towards the owl. Yeah. And you know that some of the control tower is able to look down. They may note you, but it's not like you're brandishing weapons or starting any kind of combat, so you are fine. But Snarg, you just happen to be near enough to eavesdrop as Natasha moves up to you, Naomi, and she's looking past you at the Whitethorn yacht, and she says, "Oh, Naomi, look, that's an H-46 elite yacht." Such a beautiful, beautiful ship.
Is this something Naomi knows anything about? Like,
Up to you if you know anything about ships.
I don't think Naomi knows a whole lot about that. But she says, having spent time with the crew, Miss Siri, I don't believe they're gonna want to part with the owl. However, if you can convince them to take that perfectly good, much prettier vessel out of here, I'm all for it. I'll support you.
It has a whirlpool bath.
It's been a while since we've had a bath, hasn't it?
I don't like to talk about it, but yes.
Does Naomi recognize any of the people in the Lady Whitethorn? I think she would be worried that they might recognize Miss Siri.
Oh, I think that the folks that are here on guard, it's a possibility, but none of them immediately show any recognition. Any of the Whitethorns themselves are probably somewhere in the ship in other places, like they've evidently landed a while, left a contingent of people to just keep guard over the Whitethorn yacht because of the, you know, the occasional Imperial versus Whitethorn friendly rivalry that happens from their pit fighters. Chances of a Whitethorn lowly guard recognizing Natasha Siri as she's in Imperial uniform pretty remote. Let's just say if you fail a roll, it might happen, like it totally will. But as long as you succeed, then I think you'll probably be okay.
Perfect. I think Naomi's gonna back pocket the idea of taking their ship and maybe bring it up once she's not posing as a prisoner. Yeah, that's the word.
Snargle, what do we see from you as you are able to overhear Miss Siri, who seems to have an intimate knowledge of elite level yachts and what is found on board them?
Like Snargle's muttering under his breath about how H-43 super yachts are like super slow. They have terrible engine rooms. They're not meant for escapes or anything.
Yeah, they also have 0 weapons. They are slow. They are made to be incredibly stable. Like it's a thing where you don't even feel as if you're moving through the sky. And fully stocked galley, but I don't think you need to worry about that. Sweet. So, Kale, you lead this contingent across the deck and come up, and one of the engineers sticking his hand into one of the smuggling compartments that you thought was pretty cleverly hidden, and he pulls out a bag full of stuff, like it's a canvas bag full of your stuff that you keep hidden. What is the most valuable thing in this canvas bag that you keep hidden? It's like one of the smuggling compartments on the exterior of the owl. So, what is the thing in that bag that you definitely don't want them to see?
Probably some kind of a memento from my parents.
A memento from your parents.
Yeah. The way I describe my magic, like black ink, maybe my parents, my great 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 grandfather, I mean, like real ancestors, had some ritualistic magic with those giant squids.
Well, this is a very interesting development. I am thrilled to learn more. Thank you for that tidbit of information, Kale Arkham. One of the engineers, he's holding that bag with a memento. Maybe it's like a picture of you and your family. And he looks over and he says, "What are they doing here?"
Oh, they're just here to show us how this thing works. Can you just put that back on? We need to do exactly 100% how we would have it, okay?
Oh, it was. This is a skyship. I mean, it's been retrofitted, but it's basically the same thing.
Just put the damn thing on, man. We got the orders from high brass. That's why I've been wasting my 15 minutes walking through these corridors to escort these 2 creatures to show us how this thing works. Just put that damn thing please back on, man.
Ooh, nice. I'm going to say that browbeating these guys to just let you get on board, that's easy, right? What do they care? But if you want to convince them to reconstruct the ship and start adding panels back on, you're going to need 4 successes. And if you want to go for the whole hog and have them start grabbing barrels and refueling the ship, you'll need 5 successes. Maybe you don't want to go that far, but I'm just saying if you want to go for 5 successes, you will really cajole these engineers into refueling the ship. Man, they will get in trouble.
It's going to be hard for me. I could use some help, guys, if we just even got the ship repaired, like at the repair status. But like I can talk them about mechanics and repairs, engines, efficiency, and convince them that it should be done because it's ordered by the higher brass.
Okay.
But I need some help.
Cool. So you want to walk down the mechanic path? I think that works. Talk in their language. I think that's great. So 1 for trying, 2 for mechanic. Talk to them about repairing the stuff and working efficiently. You got all those work good for me. So you're starting a base of 4 dice. Remember, with 2 successes, they're going to let you guys aboard. But anything more that you want them to do is going to take significantly more successes.
I think Snargle is part of this. Like, I am a prisoner, and I'm being like brought back to see this ship and explain the problems with it and how to get to things. Snargle is sort of subtly dropping hints about like poor safety standards and how he's modified things in a way that maybe isn't always the best. And so he's trying to kind of freak out some of the engineers that they might hurt themselves if they hit the wrong thing, get them to be a little wary of opening up all the smuggling compartments.
That is great. That is a definitely perfect use of 1 pool die going there. So now at 5 dice.
I'm going to use 2 dice from my own dice pool.
Okay, you're up to 7.
Yeah.
Doing anything, Naomi?
I think I'm just kind of standing uncomfortably close behind Kale and just trying to be a little bit intimidating. Staring down the engineers. Nothing like too much, but just maybe subconsciously making them feel a little uncomfortable or off their game.
I dig it quite a bit. All right, so that will get you to 8, right? Make sure my count's right. Looks like you were at 7. You got 1 from Naomi. Should take you up to 8. Good luck. Remember, 4 successes means they will start reconstructing the ship, and 5 means they'll start refueling her.
Okay, I'm gonna roll. So. I think I failed.
Why, goodness. So yeah, it appears that you not only failed to get the stretch goals, you failed to get the base difficulty of 2. That is the worst roll I have seen all game. Congratulations. You get all of your 2 pool dice plus 1 more back. And Snargle and Naomi, you both get your pool dice back as well. And as Naomi, you move over, stand glaring at this engineer. He peers at you for a second, and he says, "Oh, blimey, that's Naomi Bishop. That's Naomi Bishop. I lost like 3 meals on you. 3 meals on this lady. Stay clear." And then that's when one of the Whitethorn guards is just across the way, like yelling distance, like, "Did you say Naomi Bishop's over there? I want to tell Korik." And he's referring to Korik Orkblood, who you have faced in the pits. And he runs into the yacht. Evidently, Korik Orkblood is not allowed onto the Imperial ship, but must be traversing to perhaps Haven to fight some kind of pit fight. And then this engineer is very interested in learning more about you. They're not going to reconstruct this ship. This is now break time as far as these engineers are concerned. They're kind of coming down, and one of them comes over and he goes, look at this fist. Look at this fist. And he's like, grabs your fist because you're in chains, right? So he thinks, oh, it's no problem. And he grabs your fist. He goes, no way. No, right there. You see that? It's where she broke her tooth. Not her tooth, not her tooth. And a couple of the other engineers, like one guy's up on top and near the top of the owl, and he was looking inside, and he stands up and slides down. And so they're like 4 engineers are all standing around, kind of poking and prodding you, Naomi, like you're some piece of meat or a prize horse. What do you do, Naomi?
Oh, this is rough. I think I start like snarling at them, and trying to kind of bat them away while keeping my fake handcuffs on. Like swatting at them a little bit. Not gonna go full out just yet, but just trying to dissuade them. Like, get off me, you ruddy engineers! Like, stop messing with me. I'm a prisoner. I'm not a piece of meat. I'm not a spectacle. Just because I was a pit fighter.
Oh man! And then that first engineer, he pulls out a little kind of cattle prod type thing, and he zaps you, and that's when we see that perhaps Naomi's not going to take it any longer. We'll cut away from you to see what is going on with Captain Vance and Logan Bell. So Captain Vance, Logan Bell, the 2 of you were trying to sneak your way towards the guns. You need to sneak through the ship. You are in uniform after a fashion. So that means that you don't have prisoners, not quite as complex. I'm going to say it's going to be a difficulty of 4 for you to make through without any problems.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to... I think I'm going to go with the trait of ex-Imperial officer instead of smuggler or survivor, because we are in costume. So what we'll be doing is basically, I turned to Logan and said, I need you to act as natural as possible. Don't talk to anybody. If anybody asks you anything, you just refer them to me. Got it?
Right, no problem.
Okay.
Natural, don't talk.
Good. So we just walk, and I just salute all the people as I normally would, as I try to fit in, and we'll see how far that gets us. And then when that blows up, then we'll just start firing.
That sounds lovely. You need 4 successes. 1 for trying.
Okay.
1 for ex-Imperial soldier. Soldiers definitely works. You can pull some rank if you need to. So all those are. What else do you think might fit?
Okay, so a rank, and I would probably say Imperial warships. Because
absolutely. So Imperial warships, rank, command, soldiers, all 4 of those work for me. Ex-Imperial soldier and 1 for trying. You're rolling 6 dice looking for 4 successes. Do you want to spend any pool dice?
I'll spend 1.
Okay. 7 dice looking for 4 evens.
Sorry, I'm trying to put the script in.
No problems. No problems at all.
5 successes.
Oh, neat. Look at you. We did the script with the greater than 4. This is a smart man, except that greater than 4 doesn't matter. We're looking for evens. So 1, 2, 3, 4. You still got it. That is fantastic. So you sneak through, you go past another guard station. You're heading up a set of ladders to scale. We see the sky all around you as you're coming to one of the gunnery turrets, and Logan is there with you. There's just a couple of soldiers who are there. One of them is I'm imagining it's kind of like, giant howitzer guns, right? They just look proudly over the bow of the ship. And you're up there at the turret, and they don't really pay much attention to you because this is an Imperial warship, and Imperial soldiers are kind of a thing. So what do you do when you see these 2 soldiers that are manning the turret?
I walk up to them, and in the most sternest captain voice, I tell them that they've been relieved to duty and that we will be taking over this position now.
Oh, I think commanding these guys is going to be just a little difficult because, you know, you are kind of in a prison sergeant uniforms, but
right. Oh, that's true. That's true. Okay, yeah, I forgot about that. That's a really
so
good
I'm going to say it's a difficulty of 3. Normally that'd just be, you know, a thing you could snap off, but there's a little bit of a challenge here.
Okay, difficulty of 3. All right. So I will, I'll do trying Imperial officer. Actually, yeah, I will do trying experiment command, soldier rank, and yeah, that'll be it. That'll be 5 dice. So
okay, look for 3 evens.
I will also spend a point from my pool.
All right, now you got 8 dice, right?
8? Sorry.
No, wait. I miscounted.
Sorry.
3, 4, 5, 6. 6 dice.
6.
Right, sorry. Simple math is my.
I know. Me too.
Downfall. I could do it for a while, but then my brain just starts to melt.
Okay. So, no, I don't get it.
That is 1 success.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Sweet. So this soldier looks at you and he says, "Prison sergeant, really? I think you're living above your means, my friend." And that is when Logan shoots him in the chest.
Perfect.
Which kills him and is probably going to be a problem. The other soldier, he like dives out of the the murder hole of the thing because he's gonna either try to get away and raise an alarm, or perhaps he has some kind of weapon. What do you do?
First of all, is the turret near the outside?
I imagine you're like up on the top of the ship, right?
Okay, so I'll just like quickly just take out my 2 guns and just start shooting at his legs.
Sweet. All right, so bam, you fire off. Though the question is not do you shoot him, but does anyone else see this fight going on the front of the thing? There's the command deck that kind of overlooks it. We we see you from afar. We see the turret, and there are a few of the Whitethorn nobles. And the Whitethorns, of course, they're always dressed in like pristine white dresses and really dope-looking coats. And of course, they've got that thing where the rapiers are like 8 feet long because that's just the stupidest, most douchey Imperial thing I can think of. So they have like a super long, like there's a goblin who's in this white kind of poofy dress that's holding the back half of the rapier. And they're all just talking with Captain Hollis, and one of the Whitethorn nobles is like, tell me more about this trip to Haven. And Hollis is all pumped. Well, of course, and then we see your fight. So I think doing this under the gaze of possibly the Whitethorns, Captain Hollis, and others, pulling it off, taking this guy out before any alarm is raised, is really the risk here.
All right.
So I'm going to say that it's going to be difficult, right? It can't be easy.
No, it can't be easy.
Things don't go smooth, as they say.
So in this case, I'll be trying warrior, battle hardened, shooting 2 guns, and I think I've got pistols. That's
you
6.
do.
And yeah, we'll this will also be a pool 7. Actually, we'll make 2 because this is a life or death.
All right. 8 dice against 3 evens is what you need. Good luck.
Six successes.
Oh, and when we look for evens, I see the 4 that you needed.
Yeah.
Remember, it's evens, not...
Right, I forget.
It's okay. No problem. Wait, now I'm going to go reread. Holy shit.
Well, it's coin flips.
But as long as I determine what it is, we stick to it. So we're going to stick to it. But I've been running 1%er, and I'm an idiot. Oh shit. It is 4 or better. Either way, you are successful in that role. Both of them are success. From this point, we're going to go with the actual Lady Blackbird rules. My apologies, guys. So 4 or better is what you need. We will do that from now on. Cool. So you are successful. What does it look like as you dispatch this other soldier?
So I take out my 2 guns and I go into a crouch position, and I just I'm just flicking them very, very quickly. and it's because there's a lot of wind and air. You can't really hear all that all the bang 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 and just like bang bang bang. It's just really quick. There's like this time shot and it falls to the floor and he's muffled as he's down on the floor.
He falls down and he slides off the side, right?
Yes, his screams are like you can hear a gentle echo.
and then for the very keen eyes, they see that in the roiling deep blue that there's this darker silhouette of a tentacle that comes out and slips and grabs that body. And yeah, so Logan is there, and you see that he's looking at all the gun, and he looks at one of the shells. Ooh, this is real big. How much you think it's going to market?
I look at him and said, probably less than what probably more than what your life is worth right now.
Ooh. All right. Like holding this giant shell. It's like big.
I look at him and said, aim the gun at the other gun.
Oh. All right. He starts working on the crank and the gun starts rolling around. I don't think it's a die roll. The problem is once you fire a gun on a gun, everyone will know. So what is the plan here?
Is there like a is there a comms? Like is there like a comms?
Oh yeah. Like I can't remember the the twin whistle type deal, and you can hop onto the comms if you so wish. What do you want to call over the comms?
Oh, this is weird because I don't know what my friends are doing, what my crew's doing. I will assume that my crew made it to the place, and hopefully that whatever happened gives them enough of a distraction that they. So I will. How will I do this? What's the name of the captain of this ship?
Captain Hollis.
Thank you, Captain Hollis. I will flip the bell and I say, Captain Hollis, you've been requested at the. No, that's not it. Sorry, I'm thinking.
No, it's okay. Captain Vance he's doing a couple versions. He's like, just hasn't turned on yet. Yes. Logan's dialing it in. The gun's like aiming in.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything. Actually, chaos is, no information is better than any form of information. So I'll just get it, and then I look at Logan and said, fire at will.
Sweet. And so just before he pulls the gun, we cut over to the other two soldiers who are guarding the other gun, and we see a nameplate that says Will. And the guy looking, he's got his pair of glasses, and he's looking at he says, Hey, I think they're doing the pointless joke thing again. Should we do that back? He's like, no, we got in trouble last time. Boom! The entire turret blows up. Then we cut back down to the hangar, and everything shakes for just a moment. And that's right after the engineer had zapped you. So there's a moment where he wonders, did I do that? Did she explode? What has just happened, Naomi? And you've been zapped. With a little like cattle prod type deal. Who knows why this guy even carries it around? This is not standard regulation to have a cattle prod when you're like some kind of mechanic. Who knows about this guy? He's a little weird. So he just zapped you, Naomi. What do you do?
I think I very quickly and abruptly, with teeth like barred from the shock, just slip my handcuffs, grab it out of his hands, turn it back, and shove it into his face. Then as he's being electrocuted, I'll rip it out of his grasp and start wailing on the other people with it.
Awesome. He goes down without a die roll because he's just shocked enough to get zapped into non-effectiveness. But fighting the rest of these other guys, I think it's going to be a difficult role for you. But if you are successful, you'll be able to take out all of these mechanics.
Yeah, I'm just super pissed at this point. So I'll do Pit Fighter.
Okay.
Combat tested. Living weapon. Some of these feel like there's a little bit of overlap, but I mean, brutal, fast, hard.
Yes, they are all overlap because you are good at doing this thing. All of those tags apply in my book. Absolutely.
So that'll be 7, and I'll spend 1 from my pool to make it 8.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
All right. Is that it? Just went through?
Yes.
Okay, that is a lot of successes. What happens to these other 3 mechanics?
So one of them is like up on this stand that he was kind of like glowering down and inspecting like my teeth and stuff or some weird crap. So I'm going to pull the stand out from under him, which I imagine it's kind of like bolted in or like mag locked into the deck.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So when I rip it, like part of it stays attached to the bottom, and I just rip it off of the deck, and he goes falling down, and I use it to like bash the other one into the guy next to him, and then I'll just kind of jump on the one who fell down and start pummeling him with my bare hands again. Maybe I'll glance at Snargle first.
Kind of a check-in of like, I'm going to do this again. We don't need to have that conversation. Good.
I feel a little bit bad, but not much.
Key of Vengeance XP for you, as well as I think that you just took on foes greater than yourself. So I will give you Key of the Warrior. So 2 XP there for what you are doing. I'm curious though, Kale, your intricate plan of deception and subterfuge seems to have gone awry. What are you doing? And I know, Snargle, there was a note that you put in that you're sneaking off. So you have snuck off. Like when you look around, Kale, Natasha is there. She's watching all of this go on. You don't know where Snargle is, Kale. So, Kale, what are you doing?
I think I will. Is there are the engineers right beside me, or are they just?
They're all on the deck because
Okay.
Naomi is demolishing them. You got free and clear to go on board the ship.
Okay, can I like jury the ship back?
Absolutely. That's no problem. Not even a die roll. You're just basically throwing panels back on. Absolutely, totally cool. That's what you're doing as Naomi is finishing off the mechanics. Snargle, where did you take off to?
I think maybe we cut to Snargle with like a big hose, this huge brass complicated fitting on it, running towards the owl and jamming into the side and opening up a valve. And then climbing up to get to wherever the opening is. Snargle's gonna totally like gas station bandit it and pull out of here with the hose still attached. Doesn't care.
The hose would be like flopping around, spewing petrol everywhere. That sounds amazing. So you do that. Naomi, you're the only one still out on the deck, along with Natasha. Natasha waits for you to finish up, and then she says, I think perhaps we should go. I think it's time. And that's when you hear, Bishop! And it's coming from the Whitethorn yacht. As Korik Orkblood is now stepping. His feet are bigger than the steps leading down it, so he has to heel walk down the steps as he stands about 7'2". He has actual like bone spurs that come out of his shoulders, which is really painful for him and others. So he's usually not a very happy individual. But he just called you out.
I turn to Natasha and say, Miss Siri, I think you need to get on the owl immediately. And I mean, not only am I called to this fight by the blood that runs in my veins, but also I'm worried that he could destroy the owl. So there's some legitimacy to this. I'm gonna pick up the stun baton and the piece of the like ladder,
God.
one in each hand, and
just
charge at
walking
him.
forward that ladder.
I'll yell, we've done this before, Orkblood. You're going down.
Sweet. So, Kale, you are putting, like, you've got the last piece up. You're bolting it on real quick, and you see Naomi with ladder and stun baton marching around the owl, about to go into battle. What do you do, Kale?
First, I grab that bag that contains my memento. That's not number one. Can I try to help Naomi by blinding again that foe?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Again, really difficult thing to pull off. So we will say that it's only one person, but he also is kind of a magical individual. So we're going to say that this is challenging for you to cast that darkness spell over his eyes.
Okay, so it's like 3 success or 4 successes?
I'm sorry, 4 successes, 4 or better.
Oh, 4 of them.
Earlier part of the game, it was evens. Now it's 4 or better. You know, why not run Lady Blackbird actual rules instead of making shit up? Sorry.
Let me see what I can do. So it's 1 for trying, 1 for petty magic. Then I do dark spell, that's 3. And that's pretty much it. So,
I'm curious. I have Secret of the Lucky Break. I can. Oh, sorry. Aiding, you can only give 1 pool die.
Right.
So,
yeah.
I will kick 1 pool die to this. And I think fictionally, Snargle has gotten into the cockpit and is muttering something about, yep, just like the bar in the desert, everything goes wrong. And has started flipping all the switches and is spinning the owl towards the orc blood so that Kale has a better, like an easier shot.
Awesome. Please take an XP for making me laugh with that. That was amazing reincorporation, and you do have the key, the key. Oh, I love it. Awesome. And so that will kick you in. That gives you another die. So you're sitting at 4 dice, right?
I'm going to spend 2 dice, so 6 dice.
Okay, total of 6.
All right.
Can I kick one just for being distracting?
Yes.
Okay.
You can always kick one for being distracting, Naomi. Because you are.
Right. And a failure.
Oh man, if I had to switch rules back to the actual rules, that would have been a success. I'm so sorry. Sweet. So you attempt to cast a darkness spell, but the refinement on it is not what you had liked. And Naomi, you're walking, striding forward in front of the owl, which is kind of being moved aside there. And then you step into this inky black pitch darkness. And you hear Quark, really? I'm afraid of the dark. What do you do?
I think, having seen Kale do this before, I think I just keep charging towards the sound. Like, it doesn't matter if I can't see him. I'm just gonna.
You've had blind fighting as a thing. Yes, you can move forward. Then I think if you want to beat him senseless, using this to your advantage will actually give you a good chance. It's going to be difficult to pull this off.
Okay. I will use Pit Fighter again.
Okay.
Um,
You are about to pit fight, so it seems appropriate.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 dice.
7 dice. Sweet. Cool. So as you see this inky blackness hop up and you're building your dice, Snargle and Kale, you guys see like up at the catwalks across the way, there's several pilots that are like running in and they're about to run along the catwalk and start dropping into their ships. And you see there's a bunch of activity in the control room as they see what's going on. They've raised an alarm. Kale, the last thing you see is that the hangar doors are just slow because it's Imperial, so it's fucking slow, but like it's slowly closing. So let's go ahead and have that die roll. How did you come off against Coracle? 3 success. That's exactly what you need. What we don't see it, right? What do we hear? And then what do we see of Naomi when she walks back out of the blackness?
I I think that since she can't see, she just barrels straight into, and they both go tumbling, and so it's more like a wrestling match almost, where she's just like kneeing and elbowing anything she can find until he stops making noises. She doesn't really even know what she's hitting at this point, and then she rolls over, exhausted, and kind of like picks herself up and is. I imagine she took quite a few blows, especially from those bone spurs.
Mm-hmm.
She couldn't see them coming, so she probably kind of like is quickly limping back towards the owl with just kind of cuts and bruises all over from just the collateral damage.
Absolutely. So let's go ahead and say that you have the condition injured from your fight, even though you were successfully scraped by, and also there are pretty high stakes in going against orc blood. So as the inky blackness starts to dissipate, we see one of the bone spurs. That's what we focus on. It's like broken and lying on the deck, and you either stalk or run back towards the owl. Kale or Snargle, which of you is in the cockpit getting her, heating up the coils and getting ready to take off?
I think Snargle's at the controls and is seeing these pilots rushing for their biplanes, and probably like grabs Kale, like they run past each other, and Snargle's like, "You get on the controls, I got to get on the turret." And is climbing up like this ship's ladder and is just firing for effect at the, like, not the pilots themselves, but the planes, trying to hit like the gantry to make them start falling down and make it completely unusable.
Oh, sweet. I think you're going for a very big target. That is really smart of you to do. So go ahead and start mentally building yourself. I'm going to cut away from you, but we're going to say that it's difficult. But if you're successful, then these biplanes are not going to be able to take off. And then we're going to cut back to Kale, Captain Vance. Sorry, to Captain Vance. You took out the other turret. You've got this turret here, and Logan, who just he pulled the thing. Now he's picked up the other shell, and he looks and goes, "Right, let's go." He's definitely going to carry. He's going to try to carry the shell.
Is there only 2 shells?
No.
Okay. So I'm like, Logan, I want you to load another shell into the cannon, but I want you to keep the shell door open so we can shoot at it from a distance.
Oh, it's great. Great plan. He opens it up and shoves that in. And then you hear ping, ping, ping as a couple of soldiers are firing at you guys. But it's like way far away. It's one of those like shots that are just enough to, oh crap, if they get close enough, they're going to hurt you. And then when you look out, you look up to the control deck and you see like there's a lens flare, because why not? And then you see Captain Hollis right at the glass, and he's staring at you, and he's pointing at you. He knows it's you, and you can see on his lips, Cyrus Dance.
For added effect, we'll say that he was drinking red wine when it happened, and his white suit is like covered with a bright red stain.
Yes, this was his favorite. These were his dress whites. Damn it. Sweet.
Good.
So.
Awesome. So I tell Logan after he's like, okay, we're gonna run away back down that corridor, and once we're over on that other point of reference mast or something, I want you to take your blunderbuss and shoot at the turret, at the open cannon, so we can blow this cannon out of the water.
Right.
Sky.
Okay. So you guys run off, and then he aims at the blunderbuss, and he totally misses. And then he like starts loading it back up again. He pulls out the little T, starts. What do you do?
What do I do?
What do you do? You see there's a unit of troopers that are running across the top of the hand of sorrow coming towards you. You guys are near this little entryway where you kind of pop up and pop off that shot that he's missed.
Okay, so as he's reloading his gun, I kick his shell down the path toward it, and I take out a gun, and like when it's about 6 feet from the turret, I just shoot the shell.
Oh, that's awesome! That's awesome. Let's see if you can pull it off. I want to see. Difficulty is 3, so you need 3 successes to fire a shell, to blow up another shell, and destroy this other turret. This is great.
All right, so trying warrior, battle-hardened shooting. I'm not shooting 2 guns, but I'm shooting pistol. So that's 5, and then I'm gonna add 2 because my last 2 in the pool because we need this. Like, all right, so that's 7 dice. Cross our fingers. 4 successes.
Wow, 4 successes. I love it. Okay. That is all you needed and a little bit more. What does this, like, does this explosion, is it large enough to get 2 shells like right on the deck? So I imagine that it's going to do some damage to the ship itself, right?
Yes, it does damage, but I could say that I was surprised by it, and it's like kicked us back like a few, like it's pushed us back like a good 5 feet away or something.
Nice. Because the unit that was charging along, they all get knocked to the ground, right? And one guy slides off, and he's like, he flies down into the blue. Cool. So we cut back to the owl, and this is when Snargle is taking a shot with the turret to try to take out the gantry-way that would stop these biplanes from taking off after you. And I said the difficulty was 3, I believe.
Okay, so I'm definitely doing Sky Sailor, Gunnery, Aim. That's 4. This feels piratey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
okay, so 5. And I will.
Can I add 1 dice? Just by positioning the plane at the correct angles.
Yeah. So that's 6. And yeah, I think I'll do it with 6. All right, here we go. Woo!
That is more than enough successes. So you fire with the turret. What's the turret? Is it like 1 gun, or is it a
it's
machine
1 gun, and it's these like potato-sized rounds. They're heavy, and I'm like, it's got like multiple feed mechanisms, and I'm going for one that's sort of just an area of effect explosive round, and just dun dun dun, like a the thing you have at the arcade where it kind of you feel the kickback a little bit.
Oh yeah, I love it.
And the planes are just starting to fall. Has Naomi? Not Naomi. Naomi. Has Naomi gotten on board?
Yeah, we'll say that Naomi gets back on board. Maybe it's one of those things where she takes her first step on the gangway, and Natasha's there, and she like pulls you up into the think of this. She gives you a quick hug, and it's just like, "Are you hurt? Are you hurt? You look hurt."
Yes, I'm very hurt, but I'll be fine. I think I dropped the bone spur that I was still holding. Didn't even notice it. That I probably used as like a dagger or something. And Miss Siri, we should get away from the gangway here. We need to close this up so we can get out of here.
Oh, right. I remember watching them do that. And she like leans down and she starts trying to pull up the gangway to close the thing up. It takes her a couple tries. And then she says, I was thinking that if need be, to stop all of the biplanes from coming after us, I could, and you hear the turret go off. And then she looks out of a porthole and says, oh, never mind.
I think there's like a, was it like the euphonium or whatever, like a big horn? That's how we communicate on the ship, is we just shot into these tubes. And Starless goes, step on it, Kale!
So, Kale, what are you doing? It looks like you may not be pursued by biplanes.
we're still missing captain on board, right?
That's right. You do not have a captain.
Okay. Can we see captain from here, or is it deeper into the ship? Like,
You cannot see the captain from here at this point.
oh, okay. Can I just help? Can I just help Snargle create more chaos into the holding bay just by flying in this holding deck, and he's aiming like carelessly around it so that it creates much more chaos.
That is amazing. So you're going to take off and then fly inside the kind of football field or soccer field sized hangar, firing on people, but effectively holding position in hopes that Captain Vance is able to join you, right? That's the intention.
Exactly.
That's color. Like that happens. You're going to get fired upon by people with rifles and the like. So we go into Vance. And so you do one pass and you take out this one thing of fuel and it explodes. And that's when you hear the second gun go off, that second explosion. And the entire ship, like you guys are stable, but the ship just kind of warbles for a moment there. And Vance, you see like smoke plumes go way up high into the ether. You guys take off. You got knocked down the stairs. You kind of landed on top of Logan. By the way, the vat turns out to be pretty cushiony, so you're okay. And he's like struggling up, and he pops a couple of buttons, and then he just rips off the soldier coat. Like at this point, he doesn't care anymore. You need to race through the Imperial ship, the Hand of Sorrow, to make it to the hangar. You know where it is because you know Imperial warships. So I think I just want to get an idea, like what's the intent or the like how are you doing it, and then we'll work up a quick roll for that.
Basically, we're going to we're actually going to go for access tunnels. There's a lot of running and gunning happening, but the problem with the running gunning is that every stop will probably stop us even more. So I'm just going to try to get an access vent somewhere. And we're going to try to crawl our way, try to avoid as much of the danger as we can.
Okay, I'm saying it here and now. The Hand of Sorrow in this game now has Jeffrey's tubes. Good. Okay, good. I was hoping to have a couple of Star Trek chuckles there. That sounds amazing. I think the difficulty, we're just going to make it a difficult roll to get through there without any trouble and managing your way through. It's a Star Trek reference. It's basically, yeah, Jeffrey's tubes are the things that people move through to get throughout the ship, so, rather than the actual elevator. I don't even know what Jeffrey's it was named after. Sorry. Cool. So 3 difficulties what you need to get through without any trouble.
So trying smuggler, deception, sneak, hide.
Sure, you're hiding in the Jeffrey's tube. That sounds good.
Perfect. And camouflage would be pushing it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll stick with 5. We'll stick with 5.
Oof. Oh, that is terrible.
Terrible.
Oh, that's so good. I mean,
I know how it could be. Oh, that's really good. Okay, so we're in. Can I describe?
Yes.
Okay, so we're basically on. We're going into like a tunnel, and I don't notice that the weight that I'm putting on is actually on a vent that's like under me, and it just flies open, and we fall to the ground into like a barracks room or something like that.
Oh, awesome. I actually thought you were going to give poor Logan some orders there. That sounds awesome, though, because he didn't roll dice. I love that. Great. So I think what you can mark the condition of trapped. Cool. So you fall right into a barracks. There are 20 soldiers in here. You fall, and then Logan, he looks down, and he sees you, and he thinks for a moment, and then he takes off down the Jeffrey's tube and leaves you behind. As you like land on top, like you land onto one of the double bunks, right? And it collapses underneath. So it's and all these soldiers there, some of them chatting, others were getting ready. There's quite a few of them are running over now for the gun rack. and they are going to try to like knock you out and take you out. What do you do?
I don't know if you'll allow this, but I will play Secret of the Warp Blood.
Why wouldn't I allow it?
I don't know, because it seems like a thing. It feels game breaky, and so I'm
What's perception? You can teleport yourself or someone you're touching. That is the thing you could do. So
okay,
we see these guys all like getting ready. One of them kicks you, and the other guy has a belaying pin, and he's gonna like whack you on the back of the head. Where do you teleport to?
Right inside the owl.
Sweet. So I think we have Kale's like flying around, and we hear Natasha scream out, "Where is the captain?" And then you come in, Captain Vance. Where in the owl would you have teleported?
Like in the general, like right where the door was, so the entryway of the ship. So right in, and so it's like very maelstrommy. It's like it's distortion of reality that pops up, and it's like there's both like a heat that's discharged and a smell of cotton candy or something, or the first thing that you've tasted when you were a child. Like everybody has that memory of a tasteful thing of what reminds them to be children or something like that, and a sense of loss.
Cotton candy, a sense of loss. This is the most amazing teleportation spell I have ever heard. I love it. So you teleport in, and Naomi, you're there wounded. For some reason, Captain Vance, when you step forward, you step on a giant bone spur or something. You don't remember anyone having that on board. Kale, you hear Natasha Siri go, he's a warp-blood!
Like,
What do you do, Kale?
I quickly turn on the I don't know, like a voice amplifier and just scream to is everyone in? Is everyone in? Can we just take off right now?
That's you're ordered to take off. Take off, Captain. Take off.
Sweet. So Kale, you can kind of just peel out and head out and leave. And what we see the owl right in ahead is the floating city of Haven, and behind you is the Hand of Sorrow and like this huge smoke coming up from it. And we see the wreckage of the hangar, and Captain Hollis is like very upset. He's already he's berating all of his officers. The Whitethorns are all, and the last thing we see is Korik Orkblood open up his eyes and sit up, and he rubs his head, and he looks pissed, but also a little embarrassed and a little less bonespunny. So let's check in. Does anybody want to take a bio break here? This is kind of a perfect commercial break if people want to take it. Okay, good. So we're at 24 minutes till. Let's just meet back up at 15 till, right? So 9 minutes, and we'll see you guys then. So yesterday I ran Tatooine Manhunt with Star Wars World. Tatooine Manhunt is a module for Star Wars D6 West End Games that came out in 1988. I think it's kind of famous primarily because the cover of the module was drawn by Ralph McQuarrie. And what's funny about it is that it's called Scourge of the Galaxy, and it's a picture of Boba Fett, Bosk, IG-88, Forlom, and I can't remember another bounty hunter, and they're all on Cloud City. And this is set on Tatooine, but they're obvious. Like there's a cloud car in the background. But what it makes it even funnier is that there are NPCs in that module who are not the characters from the movies. They are knockoff versions of them. So instead of Boba Fett, it's a Mandalorian named Yoda Cast. Instead of IG-88, it's a droid named IG-72. And instead of it being Bosk the Trandoshan, it's a totally different Trandoshan. So I just think it amuses me to no end that they're like, yeah, we love this art, but we need to make other characters because we're not authorized to use these characters, I guess. I don't know. The other thing that was pretty fun about running the module is that it has not even an inciting incident, but just like a kickoff scenario where you're supposed to go meet a spy in a place, a space station where an Imperial, like a Star Destroyer has come to dock. And so it's teaming with Imperials. And you're supposed to meet with this rebel spy who's gotten some information. And the scene kicks off with you arriving at a corridor, seeing her dead body. There's an Imperial officer and two mercs there, and a fight's supposed to break out. And in the module, like, it's just fight breaks out. They just assume it's Star Wars D6. You will shoot people, right? And then you'll get the data pad and you get the information, which is the exposition for your Tatooine manhunt. But because I was running Star Wars World and we had XP triggers for doing things that the Jedi, like trying to save somebody, and the scoundrel has the ability to like talk people into stuff, they like try to talk down the mercs. We had the Jedi trying to save the life of the dead spy. It was so amazing to see these 30-year-old assumptions for how the kickoff of a Star Wars game would go. And then watching Star Wars World just lambast all of those expectations to tell a completely different kind of story. It was super cool. The noble bribed one of the mercs to join their team, and she did. Because her friend, the Herglick, got his leg nearly cut off. So she was like, die or get a raise. And then she got that was my Star Wars World story while we're waiting for Blaze. We are going to pick up with you guys arriving at Haven, if that's cool. So if you, let's see, we'll go ahead and move you guys back to the thing that shows Haven in Roll20. So Haven is a pretty cool little place. The most prominent of the free worlds. Here in the sprawling city's hubs, the trade union tries to impose some order on the bickering clans and factions of the free peoples. Slavery is outlawed here, so many ex-slaves make Haven their home. And as you guys arrive at Haven, we'll do a little bit of world building. I'm curious. So, Snargle, what do people say keeps the Empire from crushing Haven altogether? Is it the fact that it's so far away? Is there some kind of political, some kind of money or magic, or something else entirely?
I will say that
I'm sorry. I was talking to Snargle. We'll bring you in, Captain Vance. I got a question for you.
No, I think the Empire doesn't like to make it public how much they actually rely on the free people, and it's sort of it's a necessary relationship because they can't get there's resources that the free people have that the Empire needs, and they can't just take them by force. Probably because the free people outnumber the Empire in a purely numerical sense. Maybe not militarily, but yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I like it. Yeah, they would nearly. There's so much that they would nearly destroy the world to try to subjugate them. I kind of like that. I also, if anybody has other thoughts, I imagine that Haven's a very industrialized world. Like there's maybe not inky, but like a thick gray smoke that hangs over there. All kinds of smokestacks, like jutting up into the sky that are part of the skyline of Haven. So I'm curious, Captain Vance, what is the Haven, the market at Haven? What is it most famous for?
Building ships.
Ah, cool. So are there Imperial ships that are built here?
Yes.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, cool. So as you guys are pulling in on the aisle, like flying in, heading towards Docking Bay 42, we'll see if you pass by one of the Imperial shipyards here that's built on freelancing effectively. One of the trade union clans has that current contract. So, Kale, what festival is going on when the owl arrives on Haven?
The festival about, I'm guessing, fertility and freedom.
Nice. Okay, so like a freedom thing, and of course, with the freedom festival that's going on, we'll say that there is also a bunch of protests that are going on. Right, it's the trade union. There's a bunch of internecine fights between the different clans that are part of the trade union, arguing for better wages, and there's signs up, right? And there are a number of goblins that have taken to the streets and are moving throughout. But of course, there's also a parade that's happening. So it's very, it's like a coffee. It's a little chaotic here as you guys pull in and you're coming off the ship. Now, do all 5 of you leave the ship? Because if you remember, one of the things you now have fuel, but finding the secret way through the remnants is the ultimate destination to be able to deliver Natasha Siri and Naomi Bishop to Uriah Flint. So have you guys, do all of you disembark as we see you walking through the teeming crowds, or does anyone want to stay behind? I just don't want to declare you're all out. I mean, that's my preference, right? Because I think there's a great opportunity for you guys to have a couple of refresh scenes. But I wanted to give you that opportunity. You really felt like your character would hang back.
Siri, are you sure you're okay to go out into this place? I know you've been here before, but it's still dangerous.
Oh, well, of course it's dangerous. That's why I have a bodyguard, she says with a smile, and then she puts this kerchief over her head. So besides, this new dress that I'm trying on, it's like getting into some kind of commoner outfit that she just thinks is adorable. Look at this brooch, it's so common.
It's so common. Oh, yes, you look absolutely normal. Way to go. I think with the movement of Naomi's arm, she like winces a little bit, and she we see a little bit
Kale
of blood.
can take a look at that, perhaps. Your arm, it's not healing right.
Oh, I'm sure I'll be fine. But yes, let's.
I'm going to
let's
order
go.
you. I need you as a fully functioning bodyguard, so this is only for my benefit that I make sure you get healed. Now go to Kale or perhaps Vance. I don't know if Snargle knows about how we work exactly. He always seems to get the nose wrong.
Fine. I think I will go to Snargle first. We have a connection. Even though
over you
silly.
killing Imperials upon his strong objection. Yeah, that's a good connection to have.
Yep. Well,
where do so Snargle? Where does, as you guys have kind of disembarked, you landed at this point? People are you're doing kind of maybe post-flight checks kind of deal. Where does she find you?
Yeah, Snargle's down by the gangplank because however Naomi did pull up the gangplank wasn't completely the right way of doing it, and has damaged some of the hydraulics. So Snargle is taking a look at it and kind of muttering about pit fighters.
Keep timing. Excuse me.
What?
And you look, and Naomi's like awkwardly leaning against the bulkhead, trying to act like casual. Can you? I've got a little thing. It's nothing much, but can you? And you see like there's like kind of a blood coming through her shirt.
Oh, what? All right. Sit down and Snargle's like moving boxes around trying to find the first aid kit. Just to like reach behind something and pull it out. What did you do?
I was protecting the owl from that hideous beast, Korik Orkblood, as if he ever had a chance against me. But things happen. It would have been a little bit easier if we didn't have to fight in pitch blackness, but I'm not going to bring that up because I know Kale was trying to help.
An old friend of yours, perhaps, this orc blood? And Snargle is like removing the shirt and like bandaging up and like tourniqueting and like applying something that probably hurts a lot to the wound itself.
Oh, yes. Good old Korik Orkblood. We go way back and had some good times in the pit. Hate to have to hurt him like that, but he could do some real damage to the owl, and my priorities lie with Miss Siri. By the way, you're pretty good at this first aid thing.
You're not the first person I've patched up. Should ask Cyrus about the bar in the desert.
Maybe I will. It's a lot better than just rubbing dirt into it. That only works half the time, let me tell you.
Cool. If there's more that's awesome, you definitely have succeeded with a refresh scene. So you also remove some Snargle. Take an XP for Key of Conscience for stopping what you were doing to help out Naomi, even though you object to her murdering people in front of your eyes. And you also can refresh your pool. Naomi, remove your condition of injured because you've been healed up, and you can also refresh your pool to 7 if you wish. Cool. So let's catch up with Captain Vance.
So as I get out of the ship, I actually go see Kale, who's technically he's the mechanic on board the ship, right?
Sure, he wears a lot of hats.
He's exactly. We've had a lot of interesting stories over the years, so I go up to Kale and I say, Kale, how are we gonna get out of this? Like the ship. Well, I'm really worried that we've just left like a wasp nest to enter like a beast den, something.
Well, Captain, thank you for asking about my opinion. That's very nice. Maybe we can first of all change the identity of the ship, because probably they are going to search us through every hole that they can stick their fingers into. Second, we might get new identity because, well, they know our faces right now, so it's not much of a secret. And third, we can question our little package. But I mean, who should we connect? because right now we're in heaven. I mean, heaven, yeah, haven. But that doesn't mean that the Empire ships can send us any spies here, right? Uh, Maybe we can search the market for any like a uh, any mercenary type of bar or hangout. That would be a good idea, I guess. What's your opinion?
My opinion is the last time we were here, we were jumped and ambushed by your old friend. What's his name again?
My opinion?
Yeah. Open blank.
Oh, okay.
Let's throw a name.
Yeah, it's Jax. Yeah, yeah. Uh, I'm sorry about that because well, technically he owed me money, so I kind of borrowed something from him and completely misunderstood the whole situation. And that whole escalation to the gunfight was a really unnecessary risk. But hey, we threw him off the ship into the unknown pits. So I mean, it's all been settled, right?
Totally settled. So Jax is probably not here anymore, right?
Last time I saw him, he was going down the the that depth. That what was the name of the place that if you fall down to eternity?
Oh, the Blue Yonder, the bright blue.
Yeah, the last time we saw him, if you can clearly remember, he was screaming our name while falling down to the blue yonder. So, but if I'm not mistaken, he has some sisters, brothers. He comes from a big family. But since he's out of commission, he can't alert anyone. So I guess we're okay.
You know, I'm really happy to have you by my side. I have no idea how I was gonna even survive without like you
Thank
and
you
the ship. I mean,
yeah.
seriously. Um, yeah, I'm. There are some days where I wake up in the morning and I'm like, how am I even gonna do this? Like, I know I have this demeanor of like a great captain and all, but I'll tell you, I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. Oh, I'm sorry. I no cracking idea what I'm actually doing these days. Like, and it's with someone like you, like, it makes me feel less afraid of the world outside.
Well, Captain, that's a really good insight since you're trusting this paranoid person like me to take care of all these decisions. That's really a nice thing. But you know what? We're on the same team. Like you point, we punch, we point. You generally tell stories about desert and bar, but hey, it's okay.
I'm glad that somebody kind of understands my stories because I don't think I do. And I
Yeah,
clasp him on the shoulder and I say, let's let's get this let's get our cargo home.
yeah, exactly.
Awesome. That is a great refresh scene. Both of you refresh your pools. And I'd also like to say that Kale, I see you hitting your key of fraternity. So go ahead and mark an XP there as well. Now, some people might be getting near to 5 XP. When you get 5 XP, you can take an advance. You can take it immediately. And the advance can allow you to add a new trait, though in a one shot, I don't normally recommend taking a whole new trait. If you do, the trait is listed on the PDF. Yes, you should have gotten XP for fighting Orc Blood. Absolutely. So that was a question from player for Naomi. You can take a new trait. If you do, I'll go ahead and give you 3 tags attached to it because otherwise it's pretty empty to get a trait. It actually can cause some problems there. You can also add a tag to an existing trait. There's some in brackets. You can unlock those, or if you're using the revised character sheet, you just fill in that bubble. That bubble makes me think of World of Darkness, which is how I cut my teeth as a GM running campaign. So it tickles me a great deal. You can also add a new key. And then you could also learn a secret. And then one of the secrets that exists out there is the secret of the true way, which is one of the ways that you guys can know how to get through the remnants on your own without having to use outside influence. I would need like some justification on how you know the secret of the true way, but I'm not going to fight you too hard on it. We're here to have a good time. I assume that somebody's going to get either the secret of the true way or something else equivalent. Nightport is one of the best places to find pirates who know how to get in and out of the remnants, which you're not currently on Nightport. You're on Haven. That's my little spiel to keep you guys up to date on how XP works. And thank you both for doing these excellent refresh scenes. So, you all disembark. That's one of those fancy nautical terms that I know, which means you leave the ship and you head out into the teeming masses of Haven during this freedom celebration day. It's free day, and I think it would be interesting if perhaps, first of all, you see, there's coal fire in the air on the winds carried from the industrial quarters. And up ahead, you see, Naomi, the Broken Shackle. The Broken Shackle is a private inn, like unaffiliated with any of the trade unions. Offers safety for travelers. And the Broken Shackle is actually owned and operated by ex-slaves, and so it's one of the first stops for a lot of people on their first taste. And they offer you any oncomer, any ex-slave shows like where their wrists, have the scars or anything along the line, any signs of slavery, just a word will get them a free cup of water, which can be pretty important for some folks that have just mustered out. This is also a place that, for all of the number of people, there's a lot of unemployment. There are only so many jobs to be had within Haven. And so the arguments and the fights that are going on, there are a lot of people who are lording around during the parade. So when you see the Broken Shackle up ahead, Naomi, what do you do?
I turn to Captain Vance and I say, I've been to this place before. We might find some information here.
Well, in that case, maybe you should tell us. You should lead the way.
Miss Siri, is that all right with you? I'm sure we could find someone willing to help, someone with a good disposition in a place like this.
All right, of course. I trust your judgment. I think that as long as we're careful, do they have a good menu?
I don't believe so. We're going to have to look elsewhere for the kind of food that I think you are interested in. And she lowers her voice for that last part.
I've had sausages and hardtack for so long. I would kill for a steak. Just one.
I've never seen a steak on Haven. Never.
Fiddlesticks. Very well. And so you guys head to the Broken Shackle. As the five of you are kind of winding your way through the crowds, there's like a huge paper mache man who's wearing like white thorn symbols and the like, and he's being marched through the streets, and there are people who come up with bats and they like whack onto the big fake man and knock off pieces of him. Kale, as you guys are all moving through, you just have this, you're thief, right? You know to watch your six, and you catch sight of a couple of hunters, bounty hunters by the name of Keel and Pickett, who seem to be picking up your trail. Particular, one of them is the two of them. She looks over and she nods her head towards Natasha Siri, and then the two of them are trailing you guys as you head to the Broken Shackle. What do you do, Kale?
Okay, I got a question. Am I the only one who knows these two characters, or the rest of the crew have an idea about these two?
I would imagine that Snargle and Vance might know them by name, but there's no way for you to really know for sure if Natasha and Naomi have run into these two bounty hunters.
Okay. I I slowly like I kind of halt my steps and wait for Captain and Smuggles so that they're right beside me, and I bow my head and I said we're being followed. 4 o'clock to one of them was a woman, right?
Uh-huh.
Another woman. Yeah, okay. A guy dressed in like these mercenary suits. Uh, that they're closing on us. Their name are I just repeat their names. They're probably observing us as we move. So what do you want to do, Jeff?
So Snargle is actually taking a stick from somebody and is beating on the mannequin as you're relaying this information. And I was like, what? What? Who? What?
You just have to move, man. You just have to move.
Take an XP snarl. That made me laugh.
I'm going to say, all right, well, how about this? I'll move forward with Naomi and oh man, what's Lady Blackbird's actual name?
Natasha.
Natasha. I'll move forward with Naomi and Natasha. And how about Snargle and Kale? You actually you double back and we'll do a pincer move where they well, I'll try to find some sort of dead alley where we're forced to confront, and then you guys can come up from the rear and we can have a tense negotiation about how to deal with the situation.
No problem. No problem.
Cool. So just the crew is going to deal with Keel and Pickett, the two bounty hunters. Are you giving Naomi and Natasha just a chance to move on ahead, kind of without telling them they're effectively the decoys?
Yes, pretty much. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, Naomi. Cool.
Just as a side note, I will hit. I know I forgot to mention it. I hit my key of the commander twice in the game so far.
Oh yeah, Markham, absolutely. Thank you for bringing that up. But yeah, I trust you guys. One of the things I do with a table, brief aside, at a physical table that I love in this game is we have poker chips in the middle. And when we start off and people earn XP, I'll toss a poker chip over to them, right? But as the game goes on and people are more comfortable with their keys, they'll just kind of reach into the middle of the thing. Maybe they give me a nod, doesn't interrupt the game. They grab that poker chip. And that way it's, it communicates and people are pulling their own XP. We do it in a nice little nonverbal manner. It's not something you can easily do in a virtual space, but it's one thing I really like. And then as a GM, I can look across for those poker chips and see if somebody's got a really short stack, and if so, I know I need to start pushing towards their keys. So there's my brief aside. Let's continue. You guys are not, it's not a die roll to kind of corner Keel and Pickett because you're coordinating together. Who is it that gets in their face once you guys have kind of snaked around and set yourselves up to have this conversation?
Can I nominate someone? I would very much say that Kale takes up the situation because this is his area of expertise, clearly.
Nice. So yeah, Keel is the female of the two and Pickett is the male of the two. Kale, which of the two of them have you known in the past?
Okay. Besides the fact that I stole from both of them in the past, let's just say that I was in a romantic relationship between the two, and I double crossed everyone. Then I turned each of them against each other. So it took them quite some years to figure out that I was really the mischievous one. So yeah.
Oh, it's nasty. A lot of history there. So you step in front of Keel and Pickett, and Keel looks immediately angry, and Pickett's taken aback, like, got a lot of nerve showing your face around here, Arkham, Keel says. She reaches down and kind of rubs her hand over the pearl inlaid handle of her little firearm there. What do you do? Can you hear me, Kale?
Sorry.
It's okay. So Keel like you step in and she says, "You've got a lot of nerve coming around here after all you did to us, Arkham." And she brandishes her pistol, right? She hasn't drawn it out of its holster. What do you do?
I say, well, it's in fact you're trying to follow us into this pit. So you know what? Let's just cut the chase. We got you surrounded. Why are you following us? And also, I want that gun. That pearl.
Pickett looks back and he sees you, Vance, but he hasn't seen Snargle because Snargle's short and it's a lot of crowd, so he doesn't even know that there's a goblin around. And he says, Keel's staring at you. I think if you want to intimidate her to just back off, that's pretty easy, right? You guys do have her outnumbered. You got the drop on her. That's going to be a two successes. But if you wanted to hand over the pistola, that will take 4 successes. So you're really going to need to put the fear of all the gods in her and the fear of the sky squid in her to give up this most prized possession of hers. If she's given you her heart, you stole it. So 2 successes to have them back off, 4 successes if you really want that pistol.
Okay. I will use, let's say, some kind of a shatter spell. So that I shatter like every other equipment on her, like her gun or other guns or armor or like cloak, like any kind of clothing, so that she's completely like naked and without any guns.
Okay.
Is it normal? I don't know. I don't know if my sound is coming up because the internet connection is really bad. Sorry about that.
Oh, if you want to turn off your video, that might help a little bit.
Okay, right now, my voice.
Yeah, you're a little quiet, but I can hear you.
Is it okay right now?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. So I use the shatter spell.
Okay.
In order for both of them to their equipment.
Okay. All right. So 2 successes. The spell will cause them to back off. 4 successes, and she'll hand over that very nice gun. So you're trying. You're doing a petty magic and the shatter spell. So that's 3 that you start with. How many pool dice do you want to use?
I'm going to use 2 pool dice.
Okay. Gets you to 5. All right?
Yeah.
4s or better is what you need.
Hold on. Oh, man.
2, 3. Okay, so you pull off the shatter spell. Several, like the harness, the belt that Pickett's wearing, all shatter, and they realize this is better to cut and run. Discretion is the better part of valor, and they are going to take off, just splitting up and breaking off into the crowd, trying to lose themselves. You can chase after them if you wish, but Naomi and Natasha have made it, and they're about to head into the broken shackle, and you'll be separated from them for a bit until you can double back. So, Kale, are you going to chase after them, or do you let them go?
I'm going to chase after them.
Okay, cool. I'll go ahead and give you this XP for the Key of Greed because this is a terrible idea, and I love it. Vance, you see Kale taking off after Keel, I assume, since she's got the gun. Vance, what do you do?
Okay, can I see Snargle anywhere?
I assume so. I think
Okay.
Kate's the only one who didn't think to look low.
So I look at
Snargle's been getting in position to like get the jump on them from behind, and then they like cut and run right past him. It's like, what? I thought that wasn't the plan.
I look at him and I said, "Could you shadow him? Like, Kruk's gonna go bad real fast if he doesn't have backup."
If your crush gets us in trouble again, it's on you. And then then I'll take off after whichever one. I'm guessing Kale is going after Keel because she has the gun. So yeah, I'm gonna try and run down Pickett.
Oh, is that what Vance wanted? Is to go after the other one?
No. I want you.
Shadow. Okay.
Shadow Kale. So because he might get himself in a lot of trouble, and so if he had backup, it'd probably be better.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll like throw my little hood up and just like as my push my way and pick up that stick I was carrying so I can beat on some other things.
Yes, and giving the captain a little bit of trouble over his crush definitely made me snicker quite a bit there, and that's quite a good little plot development that we now know that Snargle knows that Vance fancies, so go ahead and take an XP there. And we will cut to the broken shackle as Naomi and Natasha step inside. Naomi, have you actually been here before? Have you gotten your cup of water?
Yes, I think I have. And I think knowing just the reputation of Haven and this place, it can be a little rough. So I think I'm going to put my arm around Natasha and say, "Miss Siri, excuse me, but I think you should stay close." And we'll kind of walk in together. And,
cool. And she looks very excited. Oh, are we playing as lesbians?
We don't have to, but why not?
Oh, all right.
So yeah, we'll act like a couple, just in case anything comes up or I need to defend her. But I mostly just want her to be close, and I'm looking around the bar to see if there's anyone I notice, anyone that I recognize, especially someone who might be of the more piratey type.
Ah, cool. Okay. Well, I think as you look around, you see that there is actually a woman who is talking to a group of newly arrived slaves. Like they all have their cups of water, and you know her name is Black Alice. And see, you don't know this, but Captain Vance knows Black Alice. And we'll find out how well they know each other in a minute. But Black Alice is absolutely a pirate. This is a free world, so she is freely recruiting for more crew for her ship. And so you recognize Black Alice by she's a particular eye patch, right? And so you see her kind of pitching these guys, and she's like throwing a couple of doubloons into the center of the table, and they're all staring at it. And she's bragging, "Even more of that for all of the crew. You see, you sign a contract, and we all work together. It's egalitarian, except I'm the captain and in charge, and I tell everyone what to do. But the rest of you all get shares."
I step in, like very brashly. I impose myself in this situation. I said, "The last thing you want to do is get involved with a wench like her. She'll dump across you and then throw you off into the yonder the first chance she gets."
"Cyrus Vance, you scalawag." And a couple of the slaves like get up, ex-slaves, they get up with their water and they start moving to another table, and she'll move over and get in your face. Naomi, you realize that maybe Black Alice is a good contact here, but there seems to be some problems with Vance. What do you do?
I think I walk right past Vance and say, "Black Alice, I've heard of you by reputation." I'm kind of just ignoring Cyrus completely at this point. Do you happen to know? And I lean forward and whisper a little bit, the secret to Remnant.
Oh, her one eye kind of gets wide there as you whisper to her. Vance, you just Naomi moves in. Natasha has her arm around Naomi and is like laying her head against her shoulder and batting her pretty eyelashes and looking up at Naomi. You're not sure what's going on there. And Alice says, point of fact, I do. I can teach you, take you upon the true way. You should come upon my ship. I assume you're not dealing with the likes of an exile from the Imperial.
What? Well, we were, but our goal here is simply safe passage to Remnant. It doesn't have to involve a particular captain, especially one who might have ties to the Imperial. Is that true, Cyrus?
So did I hear that line?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she kind of stage whispered it, getting a dig in on you.
Okay, I'm like, well, I'm not the one who sold us out on that desert planet, aren't we?
Nice.
The Imperials didn't show up on their own. Like, clearly they had help.
I wouldn't know anything about that, Cyrus. And she's definitely trying to dig on your outcast nature. So go ahead and take an XP there. And she's going to come here, big lady. We will talk about how to get you passage to the remnants. She reaches up and squeezes your bicep, and then Natasha like slaps her hand, says, "No, she's mine." And Alice laughs. Ha, ha, ha. Worry not. Come. I will give you all that you need. You don't have to deal with this Vance.
I feel somewhat betrayed by this. Like, and a serious bout of jealousy, like, is bubbling up. So, yeah.
What do you do?
Vance?
Oh, so go ahead, Naomi. What do you do when Black Alice is trying to pull you aside and talk you into some kind of contract?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely going to listen. There's no harm in that. At least
Sweet.
I don't think there is.
Nice. Vance, it seems that Naomi and Natasha are heading off to talk business. What are you doing?
I actually take out my rapier.
Oh,
And I
like
say,
she start humming to life?
Yeah. So I take out the rapier and I just like I start like charging up the battery.
Black Alice is like, those are fighting words. She'll draw her cutlass. It's not powered at all. And she'll say, are you challenging me to a duel?
I don't take out my sword for no reason. But today is a good way to defend this honor.
Nice. And people start shoving tables out of the way, and it looks like there will be a duel here. We cut outside to Kale as you are chasing after Keel. Arkham, you're headed after Keel. She sees you. She's taking off. At this point, she's like kicked off her boots and is running, her feet slapping on the cobblestone streets as she heads through, winding through the crowd, trying to get away. She still has that pistol, though. She hasn't fired it because, there's a big crowd of people. She could get in trouble.
Okay. Can I try to outrun them by, like, jumping onto some kind of railing and running on the roofs of the buildings?
Oh, yeah. Let's have you, let's say it's going to be difficulty of 3 for you to pull off a jump up there and get ahead of her.
Okay.
Or maybe even tackle her if that's what you're after.
I kind of wish that I run much more faster than her, than jump right in front of her, so that she can stop.
Nice, I like it.
Okay. So what I got like I'm gonna use burglar, then dexterous, then perceptive, so that I can use. Oh, you know what? I got. Look, okay, one for trying, one for petty magic, and one for jump spell.
Okay, cool.
3.
Yep, you need 3, difficulty of 3.
And I got, and I will add 2 bonus dices, so that I can be at the comfort level.
Okay, sounds good.
all 5 keys. I can get it success rate.
I see 2 successes. Oh, three, because 4 are better. So that's 3 successes, exactly what you need. You head up and jump up and around and get right in front of her, and she runs right into you and falls to the ground. What do you do? Do you knock her out?
I kind of punch her in the stomach, like a groin. It's like a body shot, so that she's out of breath. And if she's like, if she falls to the ground, I will just pick up the pistol and continue my path towards that bar that our captain is right now.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, so you sucker punch her right in the gut, and then she falls to the cobblestone street, and the crowd kind of parts around you guys as they're moving, and you hear some people yelling out, and they don't even pay attention to the fact that the now barefoot bounty hunter Keel's prized pearl inlaid pistol has been stolen from her by none other than the petty magic mechanic and thief of the Owl, the first mate. What do you do? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Can I just say before leaving to Keel, you know what? Just stop following me. You're just clinging to the past. Stop living in the past, Keel. Like, the past is past. Okay, let's just move forward. Can you stop chasing after the pistol? Okay, thank you.
As you take her gun. Yes, okay. Snargle, you witnessed the last moment of this. What are you doing?
Yeah, I think as that all goes down and you're yelling at, you see Snargle there, like, have you forgotten the mission? Have you forgotten why we're here?
No.
Why are they following us? Why are you blowing up their clothing and chasing them through the streets? We should be asking them why they're following us, not trying to get their pistol back.
If we're gonna question them, we're gonna lose time. But I just intimidated them, like made a fool of them. So in fact, it's just in the past. Let's move forward, man. Okay. And plus, I got a new pistol that we can use. Hopefully not. You know.
Do I have to babysit you everywhere we go?
You're babysitting me? Sorry. Okay. Okay. Yes. You'll be my babysitter. Look, the point is, I like big shiny things or small shiny things, except the fact that if it's shiny, I'm in, okay. And this gun has a pearl inlay, right? I'm sorry, man. It's the way I built, right?
So I'm like pushing Kale out of the way and making my way to Keel and like trying to help her up and be like, hey, why are you following us? Who sent you after us?
She looks at you, narrows her eyes. She says, you get me my pistol, I'll tell you why. Point my favorite belt.
Yeah, at this point, I'm still looking at Keel. I just hold my hand back to Kale for the pistol.
No, just, no.
This is more important than a pistol, Kale.
Okay, you know what? I pull the
hammer back?
Yeah, I pull the hammer back and I point the gun towards the Keel head and said, okay, now you got the pistol back. Talk.
Oh God. There's like people are no longer teaming around you, they're like making a wider berth. And so you just pull the pistol on her and she says, That's not who you think it is with you. That's the Lady Blackbird. Count Carlo he's offering an entire planet for her safe return.
Okay. How much money?
A planet. A whole planet. Yes, it's amongst the pebbles, but still a whole planet. You could buy half of Haven with it, I'm sure. We're after it. Pick is probably getting it right now.
Okay.
And then Snargle kind of goes shifty eyed, like, oh crap, I forgot to fill up like it.
Cool. So we'll cut away from you guys to see the powered saber cross against the cutlass, and we pull back and we see that everyone's shoved everything out of the way. There's a chandelier above you, like a wooden wagon wheel kind of chandelier type deal above you guys, and Black Alice is turned. She of course kind of has to tilt her head to make sure she, with her one eye, she's able to keep you in her sights, and she smiles. She's got a golden tooth there. She says, I'm gonna skewer you and take your girl.
Right. And I look at her and I said, no, today's the last day where you tried to swindle anyone.
Nice. So I think that the two of you are at a duel. She is pretty challenging, and so that will be your difficulty. You need 4 successes to defeat her in a duel.
Okay, well, I basically feint right, strike left. So I run at her, feint right, strike left.
Nice. I love it. You like go into her blind spot to make her flinch and then come at her. That sounds very clever.
And I guess I'll go warrior, battle-hardened, fencing, and sword. So that's...
Did you buy sword?
Oh, no, sword I have for free.
Oh.
It's brawl and hail of lead that I get, that I can upgrade to.
You're right. We need to update the character sheet in the revised version. Yes, you're correct. Cool. Go ahead.
1, 2, 3, 4, and then trying is 5. I will add 2 dice to make it 7 dice.
I think Naomi is also going to slyly kick a small stool towards Black Alice in the middle of this maneuver to give another die to Cyrus.
Oh, thank you. 4 successes.
4 successes, exactly what you need. I would like to give you the condition of wounded. Is that fair? Even though you defeat her, you do with a bit of a
totally fair.
Sweet. So you duck right into her blind spot, swipe left, slices across her arm. She gets a glancing blow across your ribs, cuts open your shirt. So you're later we'll have Cyrus Vance action figures that are battle damaged, and that's what it will have, is a cut across the tummy there, showing your hard abs. And then the two of you get into this fight. The stool hits her from behind, and she loses her balance. And then you have final say. How do you defeat her? Do you kill her? Is it a thing where you disarm her but cut off a limb? What does it look like when you defeat Black Alice?
I cut off her right hand.
Oh man! So the right eye, now the right hand. You slice it. She raises it up, and you just twist the blade, come right outside of the cutlass and this little cuff there, and slap off her right hand. We see it, like the camera focuses on the cut hand, the bit of blood, and
I say, the first time it cost you your eye, now your hand. The last one will cost you your heart.
Oh, and she's kind of huddled over. Good news about the powered saber. It's already cauterized. It just hurts a whole lot. She's laying there whimpering and on her hands and knees. The fight completely gone from her, and you're standing over her. You've defeated her soundly. And Naomi, you hear beside you, hear Natasha. She just sighs for a moment.
I think when the hand comes off, I cover her eyes, just the whole guardian thing going on there, and
Nice.
And we're gonna walk over and whisper to Cyrus, I knew you could do it, and maybe we should get some information out of her before you kill her, if that's what you were gonna do.
I'm like, you can try, but I wouldn't trust anything she says.
Perhaps we could bring her along as a prisoner and make her take us the way? The secret? She said she knew the way.
A very good idea.
That's yes. We could throw her off board to the yonder if she doesn't lead us to the right place.
Naomi, if you don't mind.
I'll scoop her up and say it. Sorry it didn't work out, Black Alice. I'll try to make sure you don't get thrown overboard. Especially if you cooperate.
Box and all of you! Damned it! Pirate!
Is this about the time where
Yeah,
Kale
you
and
guys-
I show up at the door and I'm just like, what?
You see Naomi holding Black Alice. Is it like holding Black Alice, or is she holding Black Alice? How is Naomi holding Black Alice right now as you picked her up?
I think it's gonna have to be the like fireman's carry over the shoulder.
Yeah, she's like flipping Black Alice over her hat. She had this like really cool looking pirate hat with a nice feather, right? It falls to the floor, and they seem to be marching out. You see that all the tables were shoved aside. There are a bunch of people all watching. You see the blood, the hand, the cutlass, and it looks like Naomi's marching this woman out, both Snargle and Kale, as you guys come in. What do you do? Snargle?
I told you it would get you into trouble.
Only what?
Natasha Siri comes up to you, Captain Vance, and she says, I have never seen such skilled swordsmanship. You are quite a duelist.
Thank you. I've been to the great Rakal Fencing Academy and spent a lot of time there practicing for the old masters.
Oh, that's an Imperial world. You trained there? Were you part of... That's right, you were part of the military.
I was. That was a lifetime ago.
Why did you leave?
Because I found that although the tempt of being on top of the pyramid felt good, in reality I saw too much suffering and too many people excluded from it. And so I rebelled.
You guys are headed out of the shackle, and she glances back at the severed hand and says, oh, I see. Cool. So you guys get back on the owl, unless somebody else wanted to do something else. It seems like you may have the secret of the true path. So I think just because of time, I would be interested in progressing us forward. So this is one of the moments where we go back to the map and we see Haven and we see Nightport, right? And we see a little owl. It's like a little red owl, and there's this series of red dots that are headed to the remnants, and then this line that starts to follow those red dots. Yes, I'm totally stealing for one of the greatest movies ever made. I steal from beautiful things, much like Kale does. And so what I'd like is just a few moments for each of you guys as you're traveling towards the remnants to get an idea of what you do to kind of pass the time. And so we'll move around. We'll start off, I believe we'll start off with the captain. So what is the interstitial scene that we see of the captain? It doesn't have to be like a full-on dialogue scene, but just to get an impression, kind of see what is it that you were up to during that travel.
So there's a weird cut to basically a close-up of my hand placing a practice dueling blade into Natasha's hand and basically guiding her on how, like, where to place her blows if she was like, and so it's just a scene, like it's a bit like the ghost scene where the two hands are like on the pot, but it's on a sword instead.
Nice. I like that. It's a little romantic thing. And then we cut to a scene of Kale Arkham. What is it that we see of Kale in this musical montage of you guys in your travel?
Kale is looking from the windows of the ship towards the infinite skyline to see if he can spot any giant squids.
Well, of course you do, right? Of course you do. It's like a point where you see across the way towards all the remnants in the far, far distance, and there's some squid that like kind of comes up and moves above the deep, deep blue and disappears again. For scale, it looks like it was nearly half the size of the Hand of Sorrow. What about Naomi? What is the scene that we see of you?
I think I'm kind of in the same room with Natasha and the captain, just kind of playing protector, making sure that there's nothing untoward happening here, and being like the doting parent almost, and maybe interjecting a few things here and there, like, oh well, you've got your left hand still open. There's nothing there, so you could punch him at this time. That kind of thing.
Nice. I think Anasha like socks him one in the jaw, and then looks terribly. It's like, oh, I can't believe that actually worked. And then there's a moment of laughter. Yeah, I love that. That sounds really fun. And then what about Snargle?
I'm sorry. I'm gonna actually have to hop off now.
You got to hop off early.
My wife needs some help. So
okay, understood. Well, thank you so much for playing. Joshua is fantastic, and if you have any feedback to provide me later on, feel free. And thanks again for playing with us.
Great to play with everybody. Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Rich.
Okay.
So actually, the camera like goes up the ship's ladder that leads up to the cockpit, and looks around, and Snargle's not there. And then it turns around and goes up above on top of the owl, and Snargle's up there in the free air with a map that Black Alice has drawn for him. And he's sort of muttering to himself. His eyes are actually closed, and he's making like little movements with his hand as he's like trying to do it blindfolded, and looking at the map every once in a while, and then closing his eyes again, and like practicing the maneuvers of how to get through the remnants.
Cool. So as you guys reach the outskirts of the remnants, I'll read the cool little pics. A swirling maelstrom of spinning world shards. The remnants are almost impossible to navigate, even for the best airship pilots. It's said that the pirate king Uriah Flint keeps his secret fortress somewhere deep within the remnants, and only those who know the secret of the true course can ever reach it. So you do have the map. Have you purchased the secret? If not, we will have a really, really dangerous roll. But if you have the secret, then you don't have a roll because you paid XP for it. So Snargle.
I paid XP for Ghost Blood, actually.
What is this? That sounds awesome.
Ghost Blood allows you to control technology. It basically gives Snargle some technology magic. But yeah, I think we should definitely do some tricky flying.
Okay. Well, this has to be extreme. We're talking about spinning world shards. We've already had someone mention there's sky squid in the area. And of course, there's a whole fleet or so, like the pirate armada. So this is extremely dangerous, my friend. So you will need 5 successes of 4 or better on the C6 rolls.
It's a good thing I have that secret of the lucky break. So so this is definitely pilot. I think this is daring.
You think so? I think so too.
I think so. So that's 2. Maneuvering would be 3. Evasion 4. Tricky flying 5. I have a map 6. Is this
I'll get you 1 for trying, so you're actually at
7. Okay. So yeah, and I'll dump my whole pool in
14 dice.
For 14 dice.
I can throw in a couple.
Yeah, go ahead and throw in 1 from Captain Vance. So 15 dice. And 1 from Kale. All right.
And I imagine I'm like shouting instructions down to Kale, who's in the engine room, like how to tune the engine and how to cut the thrust and pull the throttles. Yeah. So what was that? 16?
16 dice.
Right.
I think there's a moment where we see Black Alice like strapped to a chair around the stout oak like dining table. She's just all right. So Snargle, 16d6.
At one point, I do go to Cyrus. You never told me what happened to that Logan. Anyways, here we go. Ooh, just barely.
Wow, that is a squeaker. You would think with 16d6 you'd get more than just 6 successes, but you only needed a 5. So, what is the like highlight moment that we see of you navigating the remnants?
There's actually a moment that Black Alice told me about, and you don't fly. It looks like you're coming up on this huge wall of basically like little tiny asteroids, and you should like fly through. But the trick is you actually just cut your engines completely and go silent. And we learn that the reason why you do that is not because the rocks will hit you, but because you go silent and then like these whole school of sky squid move across. And if you're actually running hot, they will see you, but you just become one of the rocks and we float for a little while. And then once we're past it, we re-engage and keep going.
Oh, that is wonderful. Then finally you reach the eye of the maelstrom, as it were. All of the spinning world shards work around this central point, and there, in a ship that nearly rivals the size of the Hand of Sorrow, that is thickly plated to the point where, Kale, you realize, if need be, the flagship of the Pirate King's armada, could travel in the deep blue in that corrosive acid for many, many hours, that it could dip down below and come up, and perhaps that is how other hands, not the Hand of Sorrow, but the Hand of Despair, the hand of heartbreak as well, have all been sunk by the Pirate King. And we see the owl is headed towards a particular, like you guys, Kale, you negotiate with them. We see as you are able to give off the codes, and then a flyer escorts the owl, and you guys are headed towards a landing, not a landing bay, but I'm imagining it's like a platform that kind of sticks out, juts out almost like a gangplank in a way, except that it's a little bit more permanent. And there are a few pirates that stand guard at the end of the gangway, and you guys land the owl, and there Naomi and Natasha are. And Natasha will come to see you, Captain Vance. Where does she find you?
She finds me in the captain's chair of the ship.
Nice. Cyrus, we are here.
I actually look away when I feel that the end is coming, and I'm like, you don't have to go to him. You could always just stay here.
But I've come all this way.
Do you feel that your heart yearns for him? Or does it yearn for others? What does your heart say?
Cyrus, there is a bounty upon my head. You would never be able to travel safely again if I were with you.
It would be worth the risk.
Snargle is rolling his eyes because he's in the pilot chair right in front of all this, like, oh my god. Did I just fly all this way for nothing?
Cyrus, he knows that I'm here. You could never go to Nightport. He would be so cross with you.
Then let me come with you and end this.
We shall see what happens. And she will head to the gangway, which now works a little bit better because Snargle worked on it. And guys walk the long bit to get inside the flagship of the Pirate King. Kale, you heard that conversation, right? You've got the key of the mission. But it's warring with your key of fraternity, with Captain Vance. Like, you know that Uriah Flint will be extremely angry with you if Lady Blackbird is not delivered into his hands right now when it's so close within his grasp.
Yeah, I know. Right now we are like walking towards his like chamber.
Yeah. I imagine you guys are like you're walking along on the outside of the ship. Like there's this big open area, and you're walking along this long bridge, effectively from the Owl to go inside the Pirate King's flagship. Is the crown jewel of the pirate armada.
Okay, I just approached Captain and said, "Listen, Cyrus, I respect you a lot, but you are the captain of the Owl. Okay." You can give orders to that ship or around that ship, but if you follow that particular route to get the girl from the Pirate King, you're gonna doom us all. You're going to doom us all. And I'm talking to you as a friend, man. Just let her go to her, place where she should be, and we can just quit this business and go elsewhere. Okay? Seriously.
I put my hand on his shoulder and I'm like, good friend. I trust the advice that you give me, but as I told you when we were at the bar in the desert, trust me, we'll get out of here alive.
Oh boy. I mean, like you're really serious. You're really serious about, getting this done, right? Come on.
Yeah, I will. So here's how I figure it's gonna happen. I'm gonna go with her. I'm gonna lead the deal. You, Snargle, and Natasha just fly off with the ship. That way, we cut our losses. You finish the mission, and everything will be square.
I'm sorry. Do you mean that we leave you here?
Yeah.
But you're the captain of the Owl, man.
Yeah. Not anymore. You are.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. It's not fair. I can't be the captain.
You've been caring for this ship your entire life. Like, ever since I found you, and this has been your home. You and Snargle have been, like, holding this entire thing together. Like, sometimes, you can just act. It's time for you to own it. Like, you're the captain of the L now.
Captain Vance, with all due respect, we do this together or we don't do this at all.
Snargle, you're free now. Like, I know that you want to support this, but and then I look like very like disturbed, and I'm like, you could have the ship, you could just like be on your own. Is this what you truly want? You truly want to go and possibly face like the end that could take us all out?
I've never been afraid of that.
Excellent. Then glad to have you by my side. And then I look back at Vance and I'm like, it's yours. The ship is yours. It's yours to stay or yours to leave.
You hear from inside the ship Black Alice scream, "I'll be your first mate!"
Okay,
What do you do, Gale?
I just follow him, but I'm gonna observe how the deal will be dealt, how it's gonna go on, and I will just do my the decision there because I think that Captain is just following his emotions and not his like rationality, and
That
it's
tracks.
gonna bring us to a big danger.
Cool. So, Snargle, do you go along with them, or do you stay at the Owl? What do you do?
I'm going to go along with the captain
Okay.
for facing down the Pirate King.
Yeah. So the five of you, Natasha and Cyrus, walking in together, followed by the rest of the crew, come into the huge meeting hall. It's like the mess hall. There's a raised dais. We're sitting. Like Flint is a flame blood, right? For all of his talk of working against the Empire, he was an Imperial. He was raised in the house. He was in love with Lady Blackbird many years ago. The two of them were together for a time before he was exiled on his own. And you see him, he's got a big, thick beard. It's mostly brown with shocks of red in it for the flame blood in him. He has amber colored eyes and long unkempt hair. He kind of is embodying the pirate life. He's got the double-breasted coat. And you see there are a number of like orc blood and goblins and all kinds of, not as many humans here as a teeming mass of captains of other ships that are part of the Armada who are all gathered here. And behind Uriah Flint, as he sits upon his throne, is the flames of the ship itself, which keep the boilers going, right? And he, with a casual wave of his hand, will be able to kick that flame up. And you guys are brought before him, and he stands up, and his eyes are only for Natasha. He doesn't even register the fact that she walked in with you, or at least he doesn't acknowledge it. He says, "The Lady Blackbird has joined the Armada, my friends." And there's a bunch of people like slamming their mugs and onto the table, the wooden tables here. And he gestures, come to me, my lady. And Natasha looks up at you, Cyrus. It's like this one last quiet question of, are you sure? What do you do? You're muted.
I get near her and I said, I'm like, you probably have never heard the stories, but we can get out of here alive if we fight. And I smile. And I look back at the group and I'm like, because we're the best. And I just take out my sword. Are you with me?
She leans in close, but she does put an arm on your lower back, and she says, perhaps my studies were wrong, but I thought that the warp blood could only travel with one person. It seems that perhaps you would have to leave your crew behind.
That would be probably the best case. Wait. Oh, that's what you meant. I was sorry. I got a misunderstanding here. Oh, okay. No, I meant for us to fight and claim the Pirate Empire for ourselves.
Oh.
I think at this point, Snargle has like put some things together in his head, and touches Lady Blackbird's hand very gently and goes, Lady Blackbird, forgive me if I am mistaken, but I believe some powerful sorceress blood runs through your veins.
You are correct.
And look around you. Is this not a ship meant for fighting? Are you perhaps not the Pirate King's ultimate weapon and not his bride?
Ooh, that is juicy. And there is a moment, right? The light goes on for her. And the Pirate King says, "My friends, we have brought a blackbird, a storm crow, into our midst. This armada will be unstoppable. The power of the flame blood and the storm crow combined." And Natasha turns and says, "No. You were exiled. You are unfit to lead this armada. I have brought your replacement." And that is when Uriah Flint will flip the fuck out. As he reaches a hand back to the flames and he starts to draw it forward. You see this flaming phoenix start to form around him. And they probably going to try to burn you guys to a cinder. Naomi reaches and grabs a cutlass from someone and starts hacking up anybody that's in your way. Vance, what are you doing?
I try to tumble to try to dodge the fire that's going to come up, and I'm going to try to run at Uriah Flint's flank, basically, and draw my sword and try to
awesome.
Get him.
So if you want to dodge blasts of magical fire, you will need 3 successes. By the way, anybody that had a wounded mark during that long travail, even though we didn't have an interstitial scene, if you had a condition, go ahead and wipe that off. You're clear of conditions. So you need 3 successes, each of you, to dodge blasts of magical fire as all hell starts to break loose here.
Okay, so I will go at Try Warrior, Battle Hardened, Fencing, and Sword. And add 2 dice to make it 7.
Okay. And as a reminder, refresh scenes can happen as a flashback. So even in the middle of a combat, if you're like, holy crap, I'm out of pool dice, you can quickly craft a brief flashback scene, and I will allow it because I love them, and then you'll get your pool dice back.
Okay. And 3 successes.
3 successes. You narrowly dodge out of the way. I think that you... piece of your clothing is singed as you dive over and make your way up to Uriah Flint. Kale, what are you doing? I mean, it's kind of go time for you.
Yeah. I think I'm going to... okay. I can't do 2 things at once, right?
Not really, but we maybe can increase the difficulty if we're trying to figure out the things you're trying to do. So it's a broader type of conflict resolution.
All right. Complicate things. I'm just going to use a jump spell to jump elsewhere, just to get away from that.
Awesome. Well, difficulty 3 to get out of the way of that. So you've got a normal 3 of doing a thing, petty magic, and jump spell. Any pool dice you want to?
Sorry, I'm going to use just 2 dice extra. So
okay.
Makes 5.
Total of 5.
It's 3 successes.
That is pretty awesome. Yeah, I see 1, 2, 3, exactly what you needed. You jump up. Do you jump all the way up and over? Do you go up like into the rafters? What do you imagine that you did with your jump to get out of the way?
Can I just jump like a position where the Pirate King can only see me with his peripheral vision, like at the 90 degree where he's staying or standing?
So you're trying to approach, but do it from a different position from Vance, so he's got 2 flanks to worry about? That sounds awesome. Yeah, you absolutely do that.
Okay.
You're up onto the raised dais. You have to jump all the way up there onto this large wooden dais because Uriah Flint is a crazy mofo that had this whole place built out of wood. What a wood. Like all of the dining hall, wood tables, wood floors. He's crazy. He's shellac, guys. It's fine. Snargle, what about you? What are you doing?
At this point, Snargle says something that perhaps no one hears, but it's there's older blood than flame blood. And his eyes kind of roll back into his head. And like these very like wispy smoke things start coming out of him. And I'm going to try and use the ghost blood to control like all of the mechanical valves that are holding back the flames, so that I'm like removing his ability to control the flames in this room.
Oh, that is sweet. That is sweet. That is such an orthogonal approach that I'm going to say that it's difficult, whereas normal I would imagine that to be very challenging or extreme. But he did not see that coming, and it's such a great little reveal. Don't forget that you bought Ghost Blood, which is a trait, and in this you can get 3 tags underneath it. So hopefully you got tags you can use because this will be your one shot, bro.
I think the only question would be: is it electrical?
You know, I think so because remember, it's the boilers that he's keeping with his
Right.
flames, right? So it's actually generating electricity. So yes.
So that's 5 with all of that, plus I'll add 2 to make it 7 from my pool. You said I need 4?
You need 3 actually.
3. Yeah, we'll do 1 more. We'll make it 8.
All right. Nice. 4 successes. So the boiler starts to bubble out of control. There's an electrical feedback. The flames are kind of cut off and out of his control right as Vance makes it up to him. And so Vance, he's going to draw he's got a little powered cutlass as well. No, let's say it's a flame. He's got a flaming sword, right? Why would he not have flames? Like
he's conjured his own weapon type of thing.
Ooh, here we go. So he's got a saber, but he actually puts his hand and he draws it across his hand. So he cuts himself, but the blood that he has like drips off and there's all kinds of flames licking off of the blade. And then he holds it against you and he says, after I kill you, she will be mine. And so, using the official rules for fighting a sorcerer, so here we go. Attack Flint through his magical defenses. Normally is a 5, but because he doesn't have access to the copious amount of flames from taking down the boiler, we're going to say that is a 4. So if you want to defeat him in single combat, you need 4 successes.
I was gonna ask something. Can I convert XP into extra dice?
You can, absolutely.
Okay. And is it a 1-for-1 thing?
It is 1-for-1.
Okay, so I'm going to I'm going to do the typical. I'm going to try warrior battle hardened fencing sword, which is 5, and then I'm going to dump 10 points into that from the pool.
I was going to offer my help, but I don't know if you need it.
Oh my goodness, that is just delightful. Wow.
This is it, guys. This is how you win, hopefully, or lose. We'll see. I guess. Find out. Whoops. Yes. Yes. Okay. Let's find out what happens. And
wow.
9 successes.
9 successes. Oh my goodness. So I'm going to ask. I imagine this is a protracted fight.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask first Snargle and then Kale for a moment in the fight, and then Vance will tell us exactly how it ends. So Snargle, what is a moment, a kind of titanic moment between the conflict between Uriah Flint and Captain Vance that we see?
Well, I was going to throw my little help in for this anyway, so I'll use it. So Naomi is like holding the center, and I am like all misty-eyed, and not really paying attention to the fight. But there's like a moment where either I guess, yeah, we'll have Lady Blackbird. She touches me on the shoulder and goes, "Vance needs you." And my focus comes back for a moment, and I reach out, and he's like, what's the Uriah Flint? Is that the
Uriah?
Yeah, he's like on top of Vance and pressing his sword down. It looks like he's about to lose, and I just reach out with the ghosty tendrils and like overcharge Vance's sword, and it just bursts way brighter than his and pushes him back. And then I go back to holding the flames back.
Oh, that sounds awesome. I love it. I love it. I love it. So Kale, what is a moment that we see? It can be involved with you, or it could just be something in that overall fight. But I'd love to see Kale in this fight.
Since Kale is away from the fight a bit, he's trying to decide if he should help the captain or he just help the Pirate King. During the struggle, as he sees Snargle helps Captain with his bright and sword thing, he watches as the Pirate King just passes the sword from one hand to another, and since that flaming sword is a shiny thing, he just tries to move that object towards himself. So so the Pirate King loses that weapon, that sword, and Captain is open to strike his chest.
Nice. So you make the sword jump out of his hand. Cool. And then I'm going to steal one moment here as well. So without his weapon, Flint starts backing up, and for a moment it looks like Vance, you have the upper hand, but we see behind you this carking troll comes walking up, and he's got like this huge cinder block at the end of a mace, and he's gonna thwack you in the back of the head in one hit, and you'd be dead. And he draws back, and he's got all these crazy kind of tribal tattoos and everything, huge muscles, and then we see his hair, like the little tufts of hair on the sides of his head around his horns, start to stand up. Suddenly there's static electricity, and this lightning bolt shoots through his midsection and throws him back into the wooden bulkhead, and hits with a roar, and we pull back, and we see Lady Blackbird has used her sorceress blood to summon a lightning bolt and cast it through herself and kill this troll. And her hair is kind of waving in the wind. It's got a bunch of wind, and the storm is around her. And then we see Vance with your triumphant moment as you defeat Uriah Flint. What does that look like? You're muted. Oh, okay, you got
it. Okay, so are we on top of the vessel? Is that open air?
We are now on top of the vessel.
Perfect. We're now on top of the vessel. It's open air, and he's just he's managed to get like a blow on me. He's actually like only using his fists, and there's so much blood on him that he's using the flame like to basically go on his blood, and he's been punching me and like breathing me like in the whole thing, and so I'm kneeling in front of like the edge of the abyss basically, and he's like, he does his monologuing about finally having me and everyone in the perfect position to have everything his way. But what he doesn't know is that this whole thing is a ploy, because he's like, I actually taunt him to rush me, and I just get out of the way, and I said, "You're lost," or just say, "You've been relieved," as he runs into the abyss.
It's like does the thing where he's like hands out falling into the abyss, and we of course like a sky squid appears and drags him into the briny depths, and then the fighting kind of dies down as you proclaim yourself as the new Pirate King, right, Captain Vance? I mean, this is the moment. You've earned it by blood.
And by blood, I give it to someone else. I give it to Natasha, of course, because she is the pirate queen. Like,
oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's awesome. So you bequeath this to her. And of course, she says, but a queen needs her king or a consort, and she takes your hand, and then like all of the pirates are swearing fealty and drawing up new contracts. The credits start to roll, and I would like to see the kind of the post-credit sequence of our Lady Blackbird movie. Just a brief post-credit sequence for each of you guys, kind of an epilogue for your characters. So, Kale, what is the epilogue scene that we see for Kale Arkham?
Kale Arkham becomes the head treasurer of this pirate king and queen, and he sees counting gold pieces like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You're like in the treasure room. Oh, that's awesome. I love it. Like Kale's dream. What about Snargle? What is our post-credit sequence for you?
I think we see Snargle actually like all alone at a desert bar. Just like drinking, and like the owl is like parked outside, like behind a window. Snargle hasn't given up the adventuring life.
That is so good. Oh, that is so good. And then Vance, what is the post-credit scene? Like the credits end, right? And people are waiting around in the theater. And then we come up to that last post-credit sequence with you. What do we see?
Okay, so it's actually like 10 years in the future or something like that. And it's a scene where I'm dueling with a set of twins that are like 9 or 10 years old or something like that. And I'm showing them the ropes, and down comes like this flame covered Leviathan with like a person coming out of it. Like it's like almost Cthulhu-esque, where there's like somebody coming out of the Leviathan, like it's some sort of alien spaceship, and says, "Our battle is not ended," and it cuts to black.
Oh, that's great. Oh, that's cool. Oh man, you guys, that is our play of Lady Blackbird. Thanks to Joshua. Thank you to all of you guys so much. This was a brilliant time. I had a fantastic few hours with you. Thank you all for making time so that we could do this. I'll go ahead and stop the broadcast here. Again, Greg, thanks for backing the Kickstarter. I hope that you guys were all satisfied with that. I certainly was, because it didn't cost me anything. Love you guys.